Lance, Felix, Belvica, Quentin, Petrol, Taven Stall, Marzan, Ryan, Dr. Love, Judoka. I think we're missing the second VLX team, and we're missing the Blue Steel Racing team. Let me see if I can contact them. Hold on. Ammo 11 and Kais. Ammo. VS, lobby up. Ghost is single file. EQS single file. I have to add Chris and Lewis. That's 2 teams. Okay, those are the 2 teams we're missing.
Alright.
I'm not sure how much longer I would wait for them to get in, but they need to send friend requests to Filer.
As long as we can see that there's some activity going on, they're trying to get on, I think we can wait. If they don't say anything, it's
exactly.
It's a little unfair.
It's a long race day, so
yeah.
Not delay too long. Oh no, Jidoka! Ah! I almost got juked.
What's going on with Jidoka? Oh.
I was going around that turn in the middle of the track and Jidoka was right on me.
Where are you anyway? Oh, there you are.
I'm going through the chicane, yeah. Consta, what's up?
Hey, Consta, nope. In a flash, he came and he went.
Yep. Okay, we're not getting any response from the drivers who are supposed to be here today. Did you get anything, Filer? Any sort of response whatsoever? Like, somebody send you a friend request or anything? I'm gonna make this a private party. There we go.
There you go.
Nothing, okay,
Right.
at the very most, I would wait 5 more minutes, and then I would get the second stuck check done.
Yeah, let's give them the benefit of the doubt, and then it starts getting unfair for the rest of the drivers.
Yeah. Trash talk out here between teammates too.
Yeah, it's let's see how that pans out for the rest of the afternoon.
Oh man,
should be fun. We're currently watching you really throw it around the corners.
With full damage, yeah.
With full damage. How did he manage that?
I don't know. I think I hit
yeah.
something. I don't remember. I wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah, it looks like your car is all messed up.
Yeah. Let's throw this baby in the pits. I really do hope that the contact penalties were actually fixed like PD said they would. But, you know, can't trust them.
How many laps is this race gonna be?
It's 83 laps per stint.
83 laps, right.
Yeah, because it's a 2-hour stint.
Sounds like fun.
It's all about surviving.
Yep.
So, Filer, when we go to set up the actual race, like we're on qualifying settings right now, but when we go to set up the race, the fuel is going to be 2 times and the tire is going to be 4 times. Just, you know, for future reference. Okay, that's 3 minutes.
the clock is on countdown.
Hi, we would like to race. Never shows up. Filer's typing. Yeah, we can go ahead.
Yeah.
Put me at the front of the pack, and then we can do a stuck check, and then we can start our qualifying. But first, let me issue out some instructions. Typity type time. I have a keyboard, so it's a lot easier for me. Alright. Final stuck check. Soon we will finish the stuck check to immediately start GT3 qualifying. LMPs are not allowed on track during GT3 qualifying. You will have 10 minutes and you may finish the current lap when the timer ends.
Yeah, see, this is why I need you to be on with me.
Off when you've finished your lap and await further instructions. Okay, free to start whenever you want. Filer yield.
Alright, let the games begin.
Right, here's our stuck check. So we're gonna go around turn 1 and then exit, and then when everyone exits, that's when we're gonna start GT3 qualifying.
Solid looking grid. It would be fun if it started like this, right?
Yeah.
Everybody out. Everybody away.
That's good. Oh.
Oh.
Marzan already crashed. Filer already. Okay, alright. No, you can't.
How nobody hit you is beyond me right now.
You'd think I'd be the person that everyone would go after.
Exactly. Oh.
minutes begins once the first car leaves the pits. Good luck. Oh man.
It seems like a Phoenix team has it out for everybody, not only their own family.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be some entertaining racing.
Okay, guys. Let's keep the chat empty because we're live.
Yeah. we have to remind people to keep a cool head in the chat.
I think Taven's going to be the first person to start his lap.
Is he?
Okay, Ryan's just hanging out. I'm not sure why.
What's going on here? Oh.
I have no idea what they're doing. I guess they're trying to decide who goes in front.
Are they? Is this actually happening right now, or are they?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Alright, so Taven and Petrolhead are going to be battling during their qualifying lap. I don't think that's a smart idea.
It's, I wonder how this is going to pan out.
Contact.
Was that a glitch or contact?
No, that was actual contact.
Can't say I'm surprised the way they entered that last turn.
Yeah. Quentin and Ryan are going to spend the entire qualifying trying to figure out who goes in front. And they're never going to skip a lap.
There they were, just chilling. Oh.
Ryan, what are you doing? Is tire wear on?
Oh, it's true. It doesn't seem to have any. Yeah.
No, tire wear and fuel consumption are off.
Yeah, that's the issue right there.
That's not an issue. That's exactly how it's supposed to be.
Oh, there you go. See, this is why we needed you. I'm kind of new to this, guys. You'll have to forgive me. I'll learn on the fly.
So what we do is we have tire wear and fuel consumption off during all of our qualifying stuff for this entire community because we hate to see people burning fuel during the qualifying.
That sounds fair, yeah.
Yeah.
First lap from Marzan, 1:36.8.
Yeah, Marzan's pretty speedy.
Not shocking since he had a clean lap where he wasn't fighting another driver there.
Yeah. Marzan here has been to a Gran Turismo World Tour, so he's not slow by any means.
It's very impressive.
Petrolhead is getting a little close to another driver.
Yeah, it's he needs to give himself some space here, because right. So who's on a lap here?
Let me take a look at the live tally. So yeah, Marzone's got a pretty decisive lead here.
Almost, yeah, it's 2.2 second gap. Don't understand what Ryan and Quentin were doing there.
I don't know either. Very strange. I think we're missing a car out here.
Oh! Ryan having a little bit of a moment there.
Oh yeah.
He's on his out lap. So let's see how he goes, how he fares.
Okay, when it reaches 8 minutes, we're going to put out a 2-minute warning. I know that both Quentin and Ryan can put it down very good laps, so once they get their laps done, they'll be up there with Marzone.
Yeah, currently going purple, as predicted. Seems to be attacking those apexes quite nicely, he's using up all the track. Still going purple, sector 2.
I think Taven might have a good lap coming up here.
Oh, up to third. This 137.8. Let's finish this. I believe Quentin's following him.
I think Quentin will have pole, and then Ryan will be right behind him.
Provisional pole for Ryan. And
oh, really?
Quentin. So that's very close between Marzan and Ryan there. Was I feel like Petrolhead hasn't been able to get a clean lap. He's been very close to other cars.
Yeah, if I was in his shoes, I would probably wait until I had some decent room, and then I would start putting down laps. But now that we're so late into qualifying, he doesn't really have much choice.
Yeah. Agreed. He does have the slipstream here, though. It'll help him down the line. Straight, and he does improve. It's very close.
Yeah, he improved by a lot, but it wasn't enough for him to move up a position. See if he can do something this next lap.
So we're into the final minute, right, of qualifying?
Yeah, once the timer goes out, they can finish the lap that they're currently on, and then they'll park. And I'll record their times, and then report that to Filer so that he can set it properly when we get to the race. And then we'll start LMP qualifying.
Okay, perfect. So whoever just did turn 1 now is probably the last person to...
Yeah, it was Quentin.
To finish, so Quentin... Alright, cool, so... as soon as these guys finish their laps, I'll throw it down to Quentin. So Marzan with the provisional pole, he managed to get that back from Ryan.
Quentin's got purple.
Quentin, where is he?
Just came out of the chicane. Will he keep purple? That's my question.
This last sector is tricky. You can make or break a lap here. Seems quite tidy.
It was decent.
Let's see if it was enough. Marzan improved as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that last lap by Marzan was something else right there. And Ryan also improved, but just wasn't enough. So
all right,
close
let's take
there.
a look at the times. I gotta write this down. So we got Marzan, Ryan, Quentin. Bringing up Microsoft Word because I'm ancient.
Hey, stick to what you know.
Exactly. Then Taven, then Dr. Love, then
Petrolhead.
Dance. Oh, no, he's not. Okay.
Nope,
That's fine.
nobody
All
else.
right. GT3 qualifying. Standings recorded. You may leave the track and get your replacement drivers. So, Filer, I'm going to need you to do a time change on the track and then set it back to this time. So we can set it up for LMP. Alright, so Autista and... Okay, let me write this down. Autista, and then Dr. Love's other driver is Stag. And then Ryan's exiting out, so that'll be DJ. Alright. And I think everyone else is staying. Ooh, Filer's typing. He's gonna say something official.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm. Filer, I don't know if you heard me, but you're gonna have to change the time of day and then change it back to this time of day so you can reset it for LMP qualifying. Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. Resetting for LMP qualifying. You will also have 10 minutes, no GT3 cars on track. Okay, set it back. To be honest, we're not doing terrible on time.
Yeah, we seem to have picked up the pace. Let's just not jinx it.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, cool. So here come the big boys.
The fancy cars.
Meant the cars, not the drivers. Just disclaimer here, I'm a VQS driver, so I'll try and keep the bias out of this as much as I can.
Hey, if you are going to be biased, at least you have somebody from a different team in here who can be biased too and balance out.
It seems enormously fair for anybody that isn't part of any of our teams. Well, we're just joking. We're gonna keep this as even as possible, obviously.
I mean, I don't have an LMP car to like root for my team, so I might have to pick like a random one.
Right, that's fair. I hear Vanquish eSports are pretty good.
Gee, I wonder where you heard that from. I think I'm gonna pick the Renegade car. That Belvica guy is not a slow one, that's for sure.
No, I've heard good things.
The thing with Belvica is his issue is consistency, but he's quite fast if he gets it. Which is what is great about VES, because it's good practice for drivers like that.
Of course, and practice really helps with consistency. You start learning the details of the car and how it transforms throughout the races. It's really important. Also, just experience. Just the older you get, the more consistent you normally become.
Felix is charging up his hybrid.
He's coming in for a lap.
Alright, let me take a look at lap time. Filer will be the first to set a lap.
The first to set a lap? He's on a lap already, yeah. Look at that Toyota hybrid. It's very interesting how the three Group 1 cars behave differently with their hybrid settings.
Well, that's because each manufacturer developed their own hybrid system without having much knowledge about the other company, what they were doing. So they all charge differently. I think Toyota had an advantage because they started with hybrid systems all the way back in 2011.
Yeah, I mean,
with the TSO30.
To be honest, Toyota's been developing hybrid systems since like the early 90s. but for racing, it's they have that advantage, that experience advantage for sure.
I think the TSO50's hybrid is pretty average. The Porsche, I think, has the strongest hybrid, so it has really good acceleration, but then it kind of just drops off. And then the Audi has a really weak hybrid, it doesn't really do anything. And it kind of disappears really quickly.
Yeah, it seems like the Toyota is the most balanced of the three in terms of hybrid efficiency. But definitely the Porsche over one lap is the most powerful, right? The most OP.
The problem with the Porsche is that it has a lot of understeers, so it causes a lot of tire wear. So
that's true. You have to put that power down a lot more gently coming out of the corners, because those fronts will get eaten up.
Yep. I do like the LMP cars. What shocks me is that, other than the fact that on 100-100, the TSO50 is actually faster, which makes sense because it's newer. The TSO30 is actually better in all other aspects. Like, the hybrid system is just better, and I think the handling is better. I I don't know, it's strange.
It's
So like if you manual BOP'd the TSO30 with the TSO50, the TSO30 would win every time.
Yeah, I mean, like that has a. I mean, I don't know how relevant this is, but the difference between those two cars was that Toyota changed their approach towards the WEC series, WC. They were like, okay, we can win the championship, but we really want to win Le Mans. And to win Le Mans, you need a car that is different to the one they had, especially to beat Porsche at that time. So they really focused the 050 on Le Mans, and so the more balanced, the best car is the 030 in its essence. But the T50 was the 050 was a Le Mans eating machine, which might explain the differences you were saying there.
Well, it's kind of like how Mercedes in 1999, they already had the CLK GTR, which was a pretty good balanced car, but then they made the CLR to win at Le Mans. Because the CLK GTR was too balanced to win at Le Mans. And they needed, something that could win there. I mean, it flipped, but it was a well-built vehicle.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's one of the most iconic memories I have of my childhood. Seeing that car fly into the forest, it was really impactful.
I watched a video recently about that where they said the reason why is because they were trying to achieve straight line speed. So they had the car in neutral rig, which means that the front end and the back end were level with each other.
Right.
And most cars have the back end a little bit up to encourage better handling and to get more downforce. So when I went over to that peak that they actually, for the 2000 season, they actually leveled down the peak a little bit because of that accident. But when it went over that peak and it was in slipstream, the front end was lifted up enough that there was air coming down underneath it, and that's what flipped it,
Yeah, it was...
I forget what track it was, but there was also a Porsche in 1998 that flipped.
Really?
In the FIA GT Championship.
Like if somebody in the chat wants to look for that, let us know. I'd be quite interested.
I like how we're talking about that,
and not the qualifying going on.
I love LMPs. I'm sorry. I mean, that's not even an LMP, really, even though it's mostly an LMP. We were talking about like
Group 1s, right? It's not even
GT1s.
Which
are like half LMP, half not LMP. or it's more accurate to say it's like 90% an LMP and 10% not.
Exactly.
It's only not an LMP where it matters.
Exactly. Precisely. So we have almost coming down to 1 minute left. Single getting a purple. So Lorenzi's saying Weber flipped the CLK at Le Mans, but that wasn't that the one? Yeah, that was the one we were.
Yeah, we were
Road Atlanta. That's the one. Yeah, Jonathan. Yeah, Pinkeray. Thank you for that.
That does bring up an interesting point that everyone remembers it being the CLK that flipped at Le Mans, but it wasn't the CLK, it was the CLR.
CLR.
Yeah. I really like the way the CLR looks. It's just a shame that it has a bad reputation from that, yeah.
Felix going first there. Let's see if Single can... So he does! Taking it down to the wire. Let's see how Dan finishes up here. 23.8. Pretty much equaled his best time. Oh!
Felt like I was spinning.
Showing a bit of frustration there against that guardrail.
This is really close. The qualifying standings, very, very close.
Right, so let's see what we got here. Wow, less than a tenth between Felix and Single.
Single's not trying, so let's see what Felix does. Oh, not enough.
Nope.
And since Single's not trying, I can just look at the line time. Single doesn't have to try.
No, it's exactly. So there, some pretty cool shots there. It scared me a little bit.
Elvica. Okay, I have the standings. Standings recorded. You may bring in your replacement drivers now if needed. We will be starting the race soon. I also need to say there will be one more stuck check since we have different drivers. Alright, so we know that Pancrase is going to be replacing Felix. And I think everyone else is going to be staying the same. Alright, so Filer, I'm going to need you to switch it to what time of day? Hold on, I'll let you know. 6:15. And then tire wear is 3 times, fuel consumption is 2 times. Great.
That's a good idea.
Good idea, hold on. Can I send you a friend request?
Sorry, I'm a beginner.
Nothing is more memeable than the automated messages.
Right, so we got everybody in.
Everyone that's gonna race, yes. Just waiting on.
Oh wow. Sound.
Filer is going to obviously be staying in here as the host, but Lorenzi is going to race for him, so for the first stint.
Oh, great. We have Lorenzi. Some very fast young German.
Stock check soon. Please ready up. Can you hear that typing?
Yes, we can. At least I can.
Well, if you can't, then the whole audience can hear it. I can assure you that that is typing, not gunshots.
Good. You never know when the flag says America.
It's all those people trying to get the VES settings for the next race early. You're always complaining to me for the settings.
Well, that's
it's not that easy to get the settings, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say it's what you get for organizing something so complicated as this. You're doing a great job, man.
Well, thank you. I mean, I'm trying to make this work. Doesn't always work exactly as planned, but this is the first time I've ever organized or helped organize a multi-class series. I do like it. I just wish that we had more seats. That's down to PD servers not being strong enough to hold more than 16.
Let's pray for GT7 or GT Sport 2 to hear for our wishes, right? Get a 50 seat lobby or something like that, and have a full-on Le Mans WEC race, multi-class, 50 cars. Could be interesting.
Oh no, somebody's calling someone a pleb. Here we go.
I'm not surprised Lawrence is being called a pleb. It's just another day in the office for Lawrence.
So what we have in this series, which is really neat, is we have a system for safety cars. But since I can't be out on the track to be the safety car, because I had to watch the race as a director, we have what's called a virtual safety car. And how that works is the leader of each class goes down to a speed limit, and the rest of the classes are allowed to catch up to them. And then once they're in the back, they can't pass. And I'll probably only call VSC virtual safety car if there's more than one car with engine damage after an incident.
Okay, that seems fair.
If two cars crash into each other and they both have engine damage, then I'll call VSC.
Seems fair. DJ coming up to grips with the track. He's one of the new drivers that just joined.
So lately I've been brainstorming about what I would do after VES and the GT4 series are over, because I would like to switch things up and try something different. And I had two entirely different ideas.
Okay, let's hear them.
One of them is to do a teams tournament. So you would have to belong to an eSports team that the organizers recognize, like QS or Renegade or anything like that, right? And then you would participate in a team versus team sort of format, much like a traditional tournament. And I would probably invite like 10 teams.
Interesting.
And the other thing I was thinking about is doing like an open wheel sort of series, but with the super formulas and the FT.
And the cards.
No, I mean, that could be interesting with the cards, but
use that open wheel.
If you count the cards, there's four different open wheelers, so that could be interesting. But what if I merge things, where we have a teams tournament and it's all with open wheelers?
Interesting.
I'm just a random idea I had right now. Need the grid order. Okay, I can provide it for you.
We're getting, yep.
Alright, single filer, you're first. Actually, Lorenzi is first. Sorry. Replace that. Lorenzi is first. Then Pinkare. Then Dance. Then Judoka. then Belvin. Alright, so those are all the LMPs. Alright. Autista, DJ, Clinton, Taven, Stag, and Petra. And then obviously I'm going to be in first because I'm the big scar. And also because I'm the fastest trader ever. I'm kidding. Alright, let's go. If somebody gets stuck, we can do another stuck check, but I don't want to do more than 2. Here we go.
Alright, let the games begin.
I mean, it's probably best that if I were to do a teams tournament, that it would be similar to Nations in format, where it's like a 1 make, or a limited class make.
I mean, the good thing is you have so many options. You can really make whatever you choose, and I think an open wheel team race would be really interesting.
Yeah, what I could do is, since we have 10, if we were to have 10 teams invited to do this, we would have more than 10 races to work with, which means I could make each race slightly different, where one of them could be a 1 make open wheeler and another one could be like a selection of street cars that are fun to drive, or, you know, just like mix it up every time. I know that LZR Lewis wants to organize something similar to that.
That sounds like a lot of fun.
About.
Yeah, I'd definitely be down to joining something like that.
In fact, if Lewis is gonna see, the thing with Lewis is he's not doing it as a team tournament. He's doing it as an individual driver thing. So that would be the way to differentiate, because I don't want to step on his toes.
Yeah, well, for me, the team part makes it kind of more interesting. You can host a bunch of different races in the same day, and different drivers race different types of cars for their teams, and that could be a lot of fun. You could really put pressure on the later drivers to do well, or it could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's how I wanted eSGT to be from the beginning, but it got a little much, and I think the reason why is because I had a teams tournament, and then I had an open registration tournament, and the period of time between the events was so long, and people were at the same track for so long, that it got boring. So if I were to do this again, I would probably just make it a teams invitational thing, and then probably market the Cup Series a little bit more, because I also have a Cup Series, which is like a 1 make thing, to be open for everyone else who isn't on a team, you know?
Right, so then you can get the whole market. That's...
Yeah. I just want to make sure that if people are enjoying what I'm putting out, that nobody's left out. But I also don't want to make it boring like it was last time, so...
Well, we learn...
But it could be interesting.
And we evolve, so like that does sound like a lot of fun, and I'm sure VQS would be maybe interested in something like that. At least some of us would.
What could be interesting is I could do something like VES in one of the races, where half of the pack is the LMP driver for the team, and then the other half of the pack is the GT3 driver for the team. And then their position averaged is where their team ends at the end.
Cool,
you know,
yeah.
That could be interesting.
Yeah, exactly. That could be fun, yeah. Yeah, there's so many possibilities, and it has a lot of potential. No matter where you get it, I think if we get the crowd, the people to give their opinion as well, help you out to choose what the best formula is. I think it could also help out.
How long till start? I mean, we could start now, whenever you're ready. Single. Can you double check something though? Is contact penalties actually off? I did get a penalty for yellow flag passing, but whatever. That's fine. Roughly now.
Who ended up commentating? That would be me. Me and Fives. I'm Funds. I'm new to this.
Checks Fives.
So just bear with me and whatever mistakes I might make. And Fives.
Sure, I can refresh ESC. Virtual safety car. Will be called when there is an incident with 2 cars with engine damage. Rare. Okay, and then when VSC is called, the leading driver of each class will slow down to I believe it was, let me look at the actual speed limit.
Was it 90 miles an hour and 145 kilometers per hour? I think.
Yep.
Was it?
Thank you. That's it. I just needed to remember what 90 miles an hour is in kilometers per hour. You may pass drivers who are in a different class than you, but not... hold on. But not cars in your class once you reach your respective conga lines. Stay behind car in front. You may also pass cars with engine damage, even within your class. Okay, that should cover everything. That was really difficult to come up with a set of rules for the VSC. I'm sure it would be a lot easier if we actually had a pace car, but there were so many different nuanced issues with that it took us a while to figure out exactly how to make it work fairly. Because initially we only had the LMP driver slow down, and we eventually decided that the GT3 driver also has to slow down. Because the GT3 people weren't losing anything.
Such as the difference between the 2 cars?
Yeah.
2 types of cars.
Hey Fonz, can you type in the chat really quickly that GT3 cars have a right to the racing line, and LMP cars must find a way around.
In the chat, in which chat? On the race?
Yeah.
Here? So what do I have to write?
I was going to say that before I started, but I think that's important.
Yeah, sorry, what do I have to type? I don't have a keyboard.
GT3 cars have a right to the driving line, and LMP cars need to find a way around.
Okay.
Going smoothly so far. That's fine.
All right.
Thanks, by the way.
No problem. You shouldn't text and drive, so I got you.
I mean, I would go into auto drive and then my car would speed up.
Watch them all charging after you and cause more mayhem.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Alright, I'm gonna tell them to start very soon. Start.
Let the games begin.
So the drivers have told me that I am supposed to wait for them to report incidents before making judgments, which makes my job a lot easier. There's some contact though, just a little bit.
Some
There always is.
yeah, first turn, especially at Fuji, it's always... Oh!
Quentin's letting them go.
This, all this fighting has allowed Lorenzo... Oh! Big drift from Pinkeray.
There's some drifting from Belgica too. Kind of interesting how the standings have already completely changed around the first two turns.
I mean, is that really shocking? It is Fuji after all. It's the king track
Petrol's
of...
doing really good. He's second in class right now. I gotta check their tires because they need to have... The whole team has to use... Like the two drivers in each team need to use medium tires at least once during their two stints. So I need to check to see.
Yeah, be careful with that. Petrolhead's... You know what? I think he was practicing during qualifying, you know? Like, he was practicing being all bundled up and bunched up with everybody.
Judoka's off at turn 1. I don't know if he outbroke himself or somebody hit him.
Oh no. Let's see if anybody has damage. Maybe... No, everything... Seems like he just went off.
Alright, very interesting.
And he does have quite a bit of...
has done his mediums, so...
You can already see that front left with a bit of tire wear, so he's definitely locked up there.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Quentin's being... Not Quentin. Yeah, Quentin's being a bit aggressive with Autista here.
What's going on here?
Autista has damage.
Oh. It's rear damage.
Yeah, he doesn't have engine damage though, so... It's not going to affect him as much. It's not worth a VSC, unfortunately, but he's going to have to make a pit to fix that at some point during the race.
It's a shame
Probably pretty soon.
Yeah, get that on lap 3. You don't want to lose a lot of time here. He seems to be doing okay, though.
Ooh, they're side by side.
And he doesn't have the slipstream.
Bautista has the slip.
Oh. Petrolhead covering the inside. Well defended. Good racing, guys.
Yeah, they're all playing it safe, which is the best thing that you can do for a long race like this. Petrolhead has a penalty.
One second penalty. That's you.
Off the racing line at the next available straight.
Yeah, those 1 second penalties, he's already served it.
Okay.
And Quentin goes ahead.
I haven't seen any. Oh, okay, that was messy.
Yeah.
He tried to cover the inside line from Stag. So yeah, I know for certain now, because I've been seeing some contact throughout this race, that the contact penalties actually go off this time, which is great.
Already a 45-second gap. Let's see, from the leader, Taven doing a great job getting out of that initial mayhem and getting a bit of a lead, a 1.7 second lead on DJ. Good start.
Quentin has a penalty. Okay, he's doing it.
Yeah, I think nobody wants to serve their penalty on the long straight. It's, as soon as possible, really, is the best way, I think.
Especially I could have forced them to serve it on the straight, but I'm not going to be that mean.
Yeah, I mean, especially on this combination, on this Fuji. On the short version, it's sort of it's a little bit better, but this one you have to stop so much for the chicanes. It's so slow that you might as well get rid of the penalty there. What's going on with the LMP1s here? Lorenzi being very, very solid, very consistent with his laps.
Yep, that's what they need. I think Gray's falling behind, but that's just because he's on harder tires.
Is he the only one? Yeah. He is.
Yeah. Nobody else has pitted, even in the other class, so he's the only one on mediums on the entire track. Trying to get it out of the way.
Wonder how it's gonna affect. This is the difference between, this is what we were talking about, right? That Audi has no hybrid left by the time he reaches the straight.
Yeah.
And Yeah, like the Toyota and the Porsche, they just look at that, the difference in the hybrid. It's
Yeah, so with
insane.
the Audi, when you create a custom BOP, when you're dealing with a track that has a lot of straights, you have to give the car a lot more power. But you don't want to ruin its fuel consumption. From what I've noticed, the fuel consumption on the Audi is roughly equivalent to the fuel consumption of the Porsche. And then the Toyota is like leagues ahead with fuel consumption. Like, it can save so much fuel. So you really want to balance as much as you can the Audi with the Porsche in terms of fuel consumption. And adding that extra power makes it competitive per lap, but it has to pit earlier, so I don't know.
It's a very tough
BOPing
job.
these cars is very difficult.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it sounds really tricky. It sounds like you have to do a lot of testing before you can to make it right.
It's
these
not
are
like
really
doing
long.
BOP for the other cars. For like the standard GT3 cars, it's not too bad, but for these LMPs, it's a bit out there.
Yeah, when you get another element like the electric into the mix, it becomes a lot tougher to, especially because it affects the tire, like you say, it affects the fuel consumption so much. It becomes a really determining factor here. I mean, if anybody did the FIA today, you could tell, like, if anybody else was not in the Toyota, they were screwed just purely on fuel and power on the straights. It's so important.
I mean, that doesn't even take into account all the other Group 1 cars, and the other LMP cars even, trying to balance those can be pretty difficult.
Yeah, like, should get them into the mix.
I mean, we did for the first, we had a couple test races for VES where we were testing out different things, and for the first one, we had other LMPs out there, including non-hybrids, and it was fun, but you have to give the non-hybrids so much power in order to keep up with the hybrid that they kind of become overpowered after a certain point, especially when the hybrid breaks down on the other cars, and they're really fast in a straight line too. So
they can save fuel by just really short shifting a bunch, which equals out to like the hybrid, but they never lose that power, right? Of you can short shift as much as you want, you're never going to lose the power. The hybrid might leave if you short shift too much. So at what point can you balance that out correctly?
Yeah, well, let's just put it this way, I don't envy the people who actually create the BOP for stuff like this in real life.
Yeah, we do complain a lot, right, the PD, about BOPs and ruining cars and classes, but it is a really complicated thing to do here.
Yeah.
We're getting calls from Ryan that they want action, but it seems like the race is settled in quite nicely, and the action we're going to get is the LMPs passing the GT3 cars.
Yep.
At least for now, until the first pit stops. How's the battle at the back?
They're having to play the long game. It is a very long race.
Yeah, these drivers have to have the mental fortitude to keep a cool head when passing those GT3 drivers. But now at the beginning, it's not that tough, I guess. Well, not that hard to you can chill. But in the later stages of the race, when the pressure is on, you really don't want to lose any time to GT3 cars, because they're just so much slower, and impatience and the mental wear can become a huge factor for these drivers.
Yeah. Okay, Filer said he'll be away for a few minutes, which is fine because he doesn't have to do anything. that we have this under control. At some point, I might be gone for a few minutes as well. I hope that you can handle the stream on your own during that time. I'll be gone for like 7 minutes, probably.
That's okay. That's fine. I hope to not detonate anything while you're gone.
I just don't envision too many things happening during this race because there's a lot of room on the track, which is really good for passing. We do have front aero damage on the PHX Porsche. He's going into the pits.
PHX Porsche, there he is.
We do have rear aero and right rear tire damage on Batista. He's choosing to keep going.
Yeah, I think
it's really not a race-ending thing for him.
I'm not sure how different the impact is on rear and front aero damage in this game, because at least with me, yeah. Go on.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I think that the rear doesn't affect that much, and it makes sense that it doesn't. If the let's say somebody hits me in the back, like right in the middle, maybe it'll mess up the diffuser a bit, but it's less important than whatever it might do at the front. So I think it makes sense that the car stability is still okay, but maybe loses a bit of straight line speed due to a diffuser issue.
Yep. I don't know, I think that the rear aero damage also affects the downforce, so that might have an impact on how the car goes around, fast corners, but I don't think it affects it as much as it could, and I don't know if that's realistic or not, but I do like how it doesn't have nearly as much of an effect as, say, engine damage.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Engine damage is go home. You need to rep it off in this game. Someone saying the Belgian guy was off. Was this Quentin? Did he have a problem on his outlap?
I don't think so. I mean, he's doing fine right now. He might have been off on. Let me bring up the map. That'd probably be easier for me to see everything. If he was off on his own, that's his own mistake. So
yeah, we're good.
That is like very disappointing if that happened. He'd be kicking himself for sure.
Yeah, because especially because
he's not too far behind, I think.
What is the pit stop loss in this? Do we know?
I don't know how long the pit stops are here, and it really depends on whether they're taking fuel or not, and damage repair also adds to that time, depending on how bad the damage is.
Right, because I'm looking. So Stag is 2 minutes ahead of Quentin. Oh no, sorry, that's my bad. 4 seconds. Yeah, so it'd be very interesting to see where Quentin comes out after the first pit stops are done. Just in the pit.
Okay, so the one LMP team that was supposed to show up today is responding.
So Lauren's having a really good race here. Built up a 7-second gap to second place, and like it is really complicated to be consistent in these cars, even without the GT3 cars in the way. People like really don't think of that. It's like if you try and do lap after lap in these cars, it's just a small mistake can mean so much time loss. And when you have to go around another car and the unpredictability of their actions, it's really complicated to stay within the same half a second or so of your lap time. So it's a great job by Lawrence, really. He's really impressing here.
Well, the interesting thing about that is because the race is so long, you're always going to find yourself having to pass GT3 cars, so it kind of balances out for all the LMPs. They're all going to be facing the same traffic. But yeah, any small mistake, especially if it's habitual, is going to cost you a lot of time, because we are doing 83 laps. So.
Agreed. Oh, look, we have some interesting... Lauren's just managed to whip around the outside of DJ and Autista. We're battling it out for 7th place here. So let's... Oh! It's probably the closest racing we've had since the opening lap. We know it's nice and welcome for our viewers here. Autista really should have the run. He's bum drafting him.
Stag's got Petrol right behind him. And approaching is Judoka.
Jeez. Oh. Stag
goes deep.
Let's go to Stag here.
Oh, Belvica goes off.
He's off?
Yeah, Belvica's off. Hold on, let me see what happened there.
Oh, he's got a lot of damage. Wow, that's disappointing.
Does he have engine damage?
He does, yes.
Alright, does anybody else have damage? I think he did that to himself.
Seems like he's the only one, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. If he's the only one, then I won't call VS for that. He did that to himself, I assume. Which can happen at that first turn. If you go off into the green, your car will spin. There's nothing you can do to save your car.
Yeah, and with these cars, it's most likely your race not over, because it's a really long race, but it's going to really hinder your expectations for a good result. Oh, and a penalty
Big Ray is
there.
catching up.
And he's going to have to serve a penalty here.
Yeah. I mean,
well,
he'll
he
go
doesn't.
into the pits and that will serve it. And it's on the streets.
VLX goes past.
Yep. Alright, he's in the pits. The poor guy had to do an entire lap to get into the pits. So.
Right, so let's see how... Taven's still leading the class. It's he's having a really solid race as well.
Okay, he did.
Oh.
Belka's on mediums.
he changed onto mediums.
Yep.
I guess he just he wants to get them out of the way as soon as possible after
Yep, I don't
wrecking
blame
his
him.
car. Yeah, me neither. It's got to be frustrating as well when you're in a car and you messed it up. Just trying to keep your head cool for the next 60 laps or so. It's 50 laps. It's tough for any driver. So like I'm sure he's doing a good job anyway, regardless.
Yeah, it's definitely a mental thing. That's a big aspect of endurance racing. It's, in sprint racing, you always know where your opponents are, for the most part, unless there's a variety of strategies. But in endurance racing, you don't really ever know where your opponents actually are.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you have to think about where, you have to think about pitting, you have to think about tire requirements, you have to think about a bunch of other things. So you don't really know until you get to those last 3 or 4 laps. So right now it's essentially a game of chess, a game of blind chess.
Yeah, blind chess. It's almost, we have a hard time trying to follow everybody and know where everybody is. Imagine them; they just have to focus on their own driving.
They just have to do their strategy and see if they can gather any information whatsoever on what other people are doing, and then hope their strategy works out.
Exactly. Trying to adapt as fast as possible, if at all necessary, to try and.
Pink Ray is trying to get past Autista, lost some time there. No contact made though.
Did he did give Autista a little bit of a gap there.
Belvega managed to get past Petrolhead and Stag without any issues.
Oh, Autista coming a little lively there, coming out of turn 1. So the race seems to be settling in again.
Yeah.
Those first pit stops for the...
Dance goes in.
I was about to say, those LMP1s...
I mean, technically Belvega was the first to pit, but he only did so because he had to.
Exactly, yeah. So is this the first LMP1 to pit? No. Have they all pitted now? Except for Lawrence, yeah. They've all pitted except for Lawrence. I wonder if he's going in this lap.
Judoka did not pit.
He didn't? Oh,
No.
no, also didn't. True. Wow, 25 seconds almost difference. That's a hell of a run by Lorenzi.
Right behind Stag. They've been battling pretty much non-stop since the beginning of the race, and he goes for a move.
He goes through.
Kind of interesting because Stag has less wear and they're on the same tire.
Did they?
Stag's gonna go through.
Oh.
Yeah, they've been battling non-stop.
Wow, this is fine. This is entertaining. Although that is true what you were saying. The tire wear seems to be. Did they pit at the same time though, or did Stag pit later?
I'm not sure. I do know that neither car are necessarily worse or better on tire wear than each other. So it might be because of pitting. I'm not sure. But it appears right now that petrol's actually better on pace, which surprises me.
It almost seems like Stag is trying to save tires a bit more. He probably knows that if this keeps going, he's going to have the upper hand.
The thing is, Stag is not necessarily in a bad position if he stays behind petrol because he'll save fuel.
Exactly. So I think Stag can be quite smart, is being quite smart here if that's what he's doing. Just sticking close to petrol head.
Yep. So Lorenzi's still burning up his tires. We'll see how long it takes for him to actually get in the pits.
He's like lap 19 and 20 were both like one on top of the other, but then he just lost 4/10 in that last lap. I'm not sure if that was because of the GT3s or his own pace, his own mistake. Sorry.
Yeah.
He does seem to be holding that 24-second gap quite nicely to second place, and now it's Stans who's on a fresh set of tires. So it's quite interesting that his pace has been extremely solid here. You can hear the. Sorry, go on. We're really in sync here. It's quite surprising that like not surprising in a bad way. It's just like Lorenzi is a really quick driver that tends to be less consistent, and this is being an extremely positive outing for him. It's great to see him do so well, honestly.
I think we're in a good position in terms of the laps because we hit like the 30-minute mark at like lap 21, and that's exactly where we want to be because 4 times 30 is 2 hours.
So we're right on the money.
Ooh, Antista makes a move on an LMP. It's not the car you're trying to compete against right there.
No, and it dragged DJ back right onto his behind there. Makes you think though, maybe those tires are starting to wear off on that LMP1.
Yeah.
If a GT3 car is trying to dive on you. And he did lose 2 second and a half in that last lap to Dan, so Lorenzi should start thinking about pitting soon.
Yeah, I would go ahead and pit now, but he has, I don't know what he's planning. Maybe he's trying to go the entire race on 1 pair of tires.
I don't think that's possible, is it? You have to...
No.
I didn't mean physically. I meant like the regulations don't allow it, right? That's...
He could do that, yeah. The regulations would allow it, but it wouldn't do him any advantage.
No.
Like, because his teammate could do the mediums and get the mediums done there. Crazy.
Petrol head's gone. I'm not really sure what happened there. I think he went around the outside and lost the rear of the car and went into Stag, who was just side by side with him.
Huh. Well, they don't have damage, either one of them, which is good for both of them.
Those tires really got ruined there.
Yeah, he's got a penalty too, so he's got to serve it, which he does.
Yeah, that's done. Oh, that's a shame, because those two were really going at it. Yeah, that green stuff, no bueno.
No, not at all.
What? Yeah. You really don't want to be touching that. Especially on slightly worn tires, it's like Bambi on ice out there. It's a good view to show how spread out the field is here with that camera.
Yep.
Great consistency by Quentin too. We can see on the right of the screen.
Well, I hope you don't mind, but I'm going to take my quick 7 minutes now.
Go ahead. That's no problem. So now you guys will have to just stick with me for the time being. And guys, I am reading the comments, so if you guys have any suggestions or anything that you want to see, let me know. Lorenzi going into the pits. Finally. With 22-second advantage. Oh! Arc coming in. Dance. Lorenzi coming out ahead, so it worked out for VQS. That's nicely done. DJ and Autista going in. Let's see what they do with the fuel. Autista filling up to halfway. Okay, both doing similar strategy. Stag heading into the pit, struggling for fuel in that BMW, that big boy, like we call him. Petrol actually went ahead and pitted again. I cannot blame him. And he is going to get back into the fight with Stag. Maybe he's 8 seconds and 9. So it's a long race, so he can definitely catch up to the back of this pack. Taven still doing a solid job, because we've talked about how hard it is for the LMP1s to avoid traffic, but if you're a GT3, you're constantly looking into the mirrors and you're seeing these guys gunning down at you every 2 or 3 laps, and it's not easy as well. So like, hats off to Taven. He's doing a solid job maintaining consistent lap times and sort of avoiding the LMP1s. Big boy. Was DJ someone left? DJ disconnected, or what happened there? Oh no. Oh man, that's... Oh, and Quentin with a 1 second penalty. He's serving it as we speak. And that's going to get Autista past him. This is going to be great for for the viewers, not so great for Quentin, who now has to fight with Autista again. Do want to understand what happened to DJ. Was that just a random disconnection? That really sucks. As soon as Fives comes back, we'll try and deal with that. I'm sorry, I'm just streaming. Taven's just in a world of his own. Oh, but he has to pit. 4% left. He's really taking this to the last breath of fuel he's got. Alright, let's follow these LMP1s for a bit. Yeah, it really is a shame. I mean, a 2-hour race and you get disconnected, that's... I'm so sorry, man. That the rage, the key rage has to be real. I am sorry for DJ. It's a real shame. So these LMP1s having an interesting battle. Lorenzi just is on a mission here. Are they on the same tires? They are. So they're all on softs here. Belvica's already off his mediums and onto his softs. Taven just pitted on 1%. Well done. Dude, you really you really pushed that to its limit, that vet. Wow, that's a shame for the Phoenix team. It really is. We know all about unfair disappointment at VQS. Shots fired. Lawrence is, I don't know if it's the way he's moving through traffic or if he's just pushing his tires harder, but he's really just building a gap here. Doing extremely well. Yes, Felix. Thank you for... No need to remind us anymore about that incident. And thanks, Single. And again, if anybody has anything they want to see, please let me know in the comments. Oh, we have some action here down the line. Taven finally with some company. We haven't had Taven surrounded by people since qualifying. He's on fresh tires and came right... Oh, Autista having a huge moment, but managing to hold on to it. Well done for holding on. He was super eager to get on the power, but that moment... when you get on the power and your heart and your tires are between the curb and that green stuff, it can get really tricky. And Autista had been fighting with Quentin this whole time, and now Taven's come in on fresh tires and is trying to get some heat into the tires and is struggling. And now Lorenzi comes in at a crucial moment and just manages to sweep in there. And nobody loses time. That's really good racing from all the drivers involved. It's quite risky from Lawrence, if you ask me. But everybody managed to make it work, so well done. Thanks for the hearts. Much appreciated. Wow, that was some of the most entertaining racing we've had so far in our 28-lap stint. For the moment, Taven holding Bautista behind. Hello, Fives. You have missed quite a few fights, and unfortunately DJ disconnected.
DJ disconnected? Oh no. Okay, well, what we can do is we can have DJ's teammate start the back, so his team will not get disqualified.
Yeah, so that's gonna be Ryan, I think. Unfortunately.
I'll contact Ryan. You will start in the back for the second stint. Your team is not eSGT.
And currently the biggest, the guy with the biggest benefit from this fighting is Quentin, who came out in between these two who had been fighting all race, and now Taven, who had been alone, he pushed it to, he entered the pits with 1% left in the tank, and that fuel saving, or that extra few seconds in the pits, led him to come out of the pits right in the middle of this battle, and on cold tires, Bautista's been held up a little bit. Managed to give Quentin 2.5 second lead gap.
Yeah, there's quite a variety of strategies for the GT3 people. They seem to be in a situation that I didn't anticipate, where the art driver is doing very, very well. I knew that the art driver was very good, but I didn't expect him to be at such an advantage over the other drivers, because he has significantly more fuel, so he'll have to pit later, and he has fresher tires, and Quentin's gonna have to pit really soon. So
that's true, Quentin. That is true, but Bautista here.
I have an echo. Alright, let me see if I can hear my own voices. I don't have an echo. What are you talking about?
There have
yeah, I do.
been
Never mind.
Yeah, I just heard a little bit there. Right, so Bautista, will it be on this one? It seems like he actually got a run there. Nope. He's backing off and saving fuel, I think. Making Taven a little nervous. Oh, that's the second time we've seen Bautista almost lose that car.
Too close to the green, yeah.
The first time he almost lost it. It was quite the scene, but all good, all under control. Let's see how these people are doing. Did Pinkeray just set a purple first sector? He is on fresh new set of soft tires. He is purpling.
I don't see purple on the actual timing screen, the timing monitor, but I don't trust the timing monitors.
I mean, I don't trust anything on this game, to be honest, so we may be watching something completely different here. We're watching two different streams, but we're commenting on this on the same screen, right?
I don't even trust the update notes when they said, oh, contact penalties can actually be turned off now, and we fixed the fact that people are getting penalties unfairly. It's like, I don't trust it. I need to test this.
Yeah, no, it's the lack of clarity when they change something is astounding. How they managed to get to actually get by and have people so fanatic and so religiously involved with this game when the lack of transparency they have regarding updates and what they're actually working on and what they input into the game. If they just worked on those few little things, I feel like everybody would be off their case. They would be like, okay, at least they're trying, or at least they're saying what they're doing or what they're not doing. But just the uncertainty and not knowing is what kills people, I think. Apart from the penalty system, which...
I mean, I have my theories why people continue to play this game, and I think the reason why is because it's a lot more accessible than PC Sims. Like, it's a lot cheaper to have it, and most people already have a PS4 to begin with instead of like a gaming computer.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, completely. Those factors are definitely a thing. I mean,
so they're more willing to put up with it, even if it irritates them, because they don't really have any other choices that are affordable. You know what I mean?
Completely. That's it makes a lot of sense. I mean, even let's say if you want to get into racing, right? Like actual racing, the biggest problem other than talent is going to be the same, right? Money. It's just super expensive to race, and sim racing is a good alternative, and the cheapest one out of all of those is pay once and race for 2 years is Gran Turismo on PS4. It's the...
Yeah. Well, I mean, people are underestimating, at least from what I've seen, the fact that people are playing Gran Turismo competitively because they like playing Gran Turismo competitively, not necessarily because they're trying to go into sim racing, and not necessarily because they want to get into real racing either. Like, this can be a way for people to harness their skills and eventually get into real racing, but most of the people out here they're super competitive, but they want to do this. They don't want to do real racing. It's too expensive. And it's not their passion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, completely.
The sim racing, world itself can be its own respectable sport, in addition to also being a way for people to have more of a democratic access to real racing. But it needs to be respected as its own thing.
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
I mean, there was that one day when David Perel was on Twitter, and it caused chaos where people were arguing about, whether or not people should have awards. And my concern is not necessarily that the awards itself are important, but the legitimacy of the sport. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
David Perel and the people who were agreeing with him, and I know I'm overgeneralizing, but it seemed like they were focusing on, well, you don't need awards for an event like this because this is a stepping stone into real racing, and therefore it shouldn't be valued as much as the programs that get people into real racing. And my argument is that it should be considered its own esport. That's why, for instance, we were talking about teams tournament. This game really lets down the eSports aspect in terms of teams. That you can't have team representation in FIA.
Yeah,
which is why, if you create a professionally run teams tournament, that could help a lot. That's kind of what I want to do eventually.
Completely. Like there's definitely a gap in the market, so to speak, in terms of that. There's a lot of potential as well, like of what Gran Turismo could do for esports itself. Like you say, create its own name and differentiate itself. I think if there would be a lot more teams and it would be a lot more competitive if they actually introduced that in the game. But for the meantime, we rely on you to sort it out.
Yeah. I mean, I tried doing that at first, and then like the format wasn't very good, so I wanted to kind of step back, spend maybe another year doing more traditional racing, like we're doing right now, and then attack the teams issue again later. And I think I might do that after this season. But now that I have this experience, then I can understand it a bit better. But I do definitely want to set up something for teams, because you don't see... There are a bunch of small leagues, which are very, very good leagues, and I respect every single one of them, where they set up teams tournaments to a certain extent. But I want to create something that can rival FIA in terms of representation. You know what I mean?
And I definitely think that you could, because of that gap, because there do seem to be teams, and there seems to be motivation to do these races, but we just don't have we have the platform, but we don't have the execution, right?
Oh, so, Valve got disconnected.
Oh no.
I'm not sure if he quit or he got disconnected because of the internet, so I'm just going to say to his teammate, which is Barrels, if I remember correctly, you may start in the back of the LMPs.
Yeah, F in the chat. Another soldier down. Oh, that's a shame.
What's really cool about even the standard leagues that I've been doing, like the GT4 series and this VES series, is that in the standings sheet, I've given teams a chance to represent themselves in affiliation. And what's really cool about that is because it's sort of casual, they can create their own teams. And we've had 2 teams created from eSGT, Renegade and Eclipse Racing eSports, that were created just because we provided them an opportunity to actually compete with that name.
Exactly, they would have never actually tried to do that in the first place if not for your requirement, for your team requirement, right? So you're starting a new trend here.
Yeah. Well, what I know is that the first team that I ever joined was called League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and a lot of the people who were in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen are also in Renegade now, but I've always been in touch with those people. But the point that I'm trying to make is that the team kind of died out because it had nothing to do.
Right.
You could do FIA, but you can't really represent yourself in any way except with the liveries.
Yeah, exactly.
And there wasn't really any competition at the time where you could participate with teams. I know that there are a few now, like SFR for instance, but that's super important to a team's survival, is that they have to have something to do. And that's what I want to provide eventually. Ooh, Dan's goes sideways into the first turn trying to avoid Autiste. He managed not to hit him though. That probably cost him like 2 seconds doing that.
Am I seeing this right? Are they're all within 2-3 seconds of each other? And Lawrence again has to pit.
Yeah, they are.
And Judoka's on the mediums now, so...
Yeah, I gotta write that down. Did you see any other mediums while I was gone?
I'm trying to think here. I'm not certain. I can't speak with any certainty.
Okay, that's fine. If you're not in trouble or anything, I'm not gonna
No.
kick you from eSGT or anything.
Yeah, I'm doing my best here. So, pinky round mediums for the first stint.
Yeah, I already got that written down. Thanks, Felix.
Yeah. So, we actually got some fighting with the LMPs here.
That's good. It's roughly halfway through the race, so...
Oh, great racing here.
Oh, so close, so close. He's squeezing him. Oh, he's backing out.
Pinky backed out there.
Decision.
Oh yeah, I was about to say that's it was gonna be really, really ballsy to dive right in the inside there. Some great action.
Back on the subject we were talking about, PD's in this weird position because I know that Defson and I were looking at some of the trophies for this game because it gives you a percentage of how many people who bought the game achieved a trophy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the trophies is for watching the sportsmanship video. And you have to watch a sportsmanship video to play online. So that's a good indication to us who is actually playing online, right?
Okay.
Apparently only roughly 1/3 of the people who bought this game have watched the sportsmanship video.
Are you serious? Is that like global or regional?
Yes. It's global.
Wow. I wonder how different those stats are by region.
I mean, you could look it up. I'm pretty sure it's global, but it could be regional. Don't take my word for it. I would look at it. But that's the number that we found was roughly 33.3%.
Wow, that's pretty shocking.
I think it was like 33.5% or something like that at the time.
And how long ago was this?
Like a week ago.
Okay.
So,
right.
I think what PD's having to work with here is, if you've looked at any of their social media posts, and if you consider that number, most of the people who are buying this game are begging for offline content. So, they're having to balance that with their goal of obviously creating an eSports game. And those are not... How do I explain this? Those are not compatible interests. So, I mean, I don't envy them what they're having to do. They're having to create content to make most of the people who are buying this game happy, and then they also have to fix the system that they actually created this game for. And I'm not sure if they have enough people working on the project to keep up with those two things adequately. And that's why you find yourself in situations where there are bugs that are still present in the game, there's still point systems issues in the game, there's still the penalty system issue, because they're focusing on creating content for the people who actually buy this game, and they don't have their eyes on that other stuff.
Those are some really interesting points. I mean, the PD, so the main man behind Gran Turismo himself has said that he's been playing older versions of Gran Turismo recently, and he's been sort of like finding the love for the older games and how they used to do them, which is kind of telling, like sort of where maybe he's focusing on a little bit more. Like maybe they focused more than we think on the eSports part, and they're kind of going back, they're backtracking. I don't know, I hope not. I hope that we do get a bit of content, for the offline, because like obviously the one we have at the moment is quite bad.
Yeah.
The AI is just.
I'm just saying if you follow the money, like
Uh-huh.
what people are actually buying this game for, which is peculiar in my opinion because this game has always been marketed for its online component. But if you take that into consideration and then you take what Kaz has said about people telling him that he should play the older games and see what, you know, they actually love about the franchise, they might be focusing a lot more attention now than he did before about the offline content, which means they're not going to be paying attention as much to what the game was created for, which is the FIA championships, the penalty system, the lobbies, etc.
Oh, I completely agree.
It's like they're trying to make two games into one.
Yeah,
and
exactly. Go on.
I don't know if that's effective. Like, to me, it just seems like they're trying to compromise two things that don't work together. And the only way that it would work together is if you started off with a game that already had a bunch of offline content. And they obviously don't currently have that. So I'm hoping that what they'll do is they'll focus all their time now on creating a lot of offline content for GT7. And then they perfect the sport mode online component in this game, so that they can just port that over to GT7 with a few upgrades. And then they'll have basically a complete game from the start. Because they created this game initially with basically no offline content.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
A lot of their time.
This game was essentially made for... Oh, Autista going a bit wide there. This game was made for eSports. At least that's. I came into this game very late. By the way, I only bought the game like less than a year ago. I think I started playing in March or April.
Really?
Last year.
Yeah, I think I bought the game when it first came out, but I didn't start playing it seriously until like the following March.
Right. So, like, I never saw the game in its baby steps, but I do remember before the game launch, I'm pretty sure I remember this correctly, how they were really focusing on the online. This was all going to be about the online racing, the online racing, the online racing. So it's very surprising to me that they've actually, that a third, like you say, 33.5% of the people haven't even watched the video that basically, it makes me say that they introduced the offline things and then a lot more people bought the game, right? So
yeah.
Maybe seeing those numbers, they're like, oh, I think we have to kind of go back a little bit to whatever we used to do that made everybody buy our game. But I also think that's a mistake, because I think they were pioneers, they were rookies in this eSports thing, and not pioneers, but they were starting off, and now that the going was getting good, they're sort of like backtracking a bit, and I think what you say, to find the right balance between one and the other, it's really, really complicated to achieve, and what you were suggesting is a nice way to get a bit of both, you know. It's
I don't know. They what they're trying to achieve here is no small feat, because this is, for the most part, the first serious developer side introduction of the game into esports, and I think they're doing it quite well. There are things that need to be fixed, and obviously there's a lot of nuance and complication with the things that they need to fix, like the lobby settings and the penalty system, etc. But they're also having to reach out to the people who have played the franchise for years. Personally, I don't care if they choose one or the other. If they create a game that's mostly offline, I'll be happy. If they create a game that has a lot of sport mode stuff as opposed to the offline component, I'm happy with that too, because I bought this game after all. I bought this game because I wanted to start playing online. But balancing the two is they're not making a choice here, and I understand that they don't have to make a choice, and I wouldn't make a choice personally, but because they're not making a choice between one or the other, each thing is losing a little bit in that process.
Oh yeah.
The sport mode has a lot of issues, and it seems like there's not enough eyes on sport mode to fix the issues that are present. And then there's really not a lot of content coming out. My hope is that when Kaz said recently on Twitter that they're going to have less updates for content, that what they're trying to do is they're pouring their content creation towards GT7, and then they're focusing now on fixing the actual issues of the game that we have. And I think proof of that is that they actually fixed the contact penalties in the lobbies.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you. I have contact.
I see that. Yeah. Wow. Okay, that was. If that gets reported, then that's a penalty towards Pinkere, because he wasn't really supposed to force his way through that corner.
Yeah.
But it depends on whether it's reported or not. I leave that up to the drivers, because basically what I'm doing is I'm giving them the right to forgive.
I think that's very fair. Sometimes it's very hard when you're in the heat of the moment. You lose sight of. I don't know if it's happened to you, but sometimes I'm in a race and I'm like, oh my god, what is he doing? And then I look at the replay, I'm like, you know what? Maybe it wasn't that bad. I might have done the same thing or something similar. So I normally try to give the benefit of the doubt once things cool down. So I think that you giving the drivers autonomy to claim that is a good idea.
Yeah, I always do that. So I'll tell you a story. The last GT4 race, I got punted off the course by Kinetic Neutron, and I ended up in last place despite qualifying second. And then I went back up the field and got first. So it's like
almost first to last to first challenge, right? It's
yeah. No, it's just like, yeah, I'll forgive you, Neutron, no problem.
Yeah, hindsight is 2020, right? It's
yeah.
So yeah, it would be interesting to see where the new Gran Turismo goes. I'm excited to start the game from the beginning. You know, I feel like I've been trying to play catch up. I don't know about a lot of you, but there's just, you can learn a track and then like it's a different combo and it's a different BOP and it's just like I'm still learning like every week almost.
Yeah, we'll see where they take the physics for GT7, excuse me. And if they do change the physics considerably, then everyone will be starting over. And that'll be actually a lot of fun to work with.
Yeah, that's called nerfing lightning.
Yeah, he's quite speedy, that lightning guy.
Yeah, he's something else. Yeah, I mean, what would you... So let's say they focus on the sport mode, which at the moment it doesn't seem like it would be the case. What do you think the big differences... What big differences would you implement to automatically make this game better, more enjoyable for everyone?
I think that that's a personal opinion thing, which
of course, completely.
Which is why that PD has to focus on what the market wants. But if I were to say my personal opinion, it would be making the lobbies more customizable. So it would be creating custom classes and custom BOP that can be implemented by the game. So that would make it a lot easier to set up events. It would be having a pace car option that can be set in the lobby where all the other cars are BOP, but then you have one pace car that's exempt. You can tell you create these lobbies, huh? Because all these suggestions are very lobby
strong, lobby oriented, and I agree with them.
Yeah.
By the way, they completely it would change a lot of things.
Well, I know that they have those features in the developer side for FIA because the classic combo of Autopolis with the front engine front-wheel drive Group 4 cars. They couldn't implement that unless they had the option to actually limit what cars could be run. You know what I mean? If we had that in a lobby, that would be really effective. Because then I could say, okay, we're going to have two classes. I'm going to limit it to these 3 cars for LMP, and then I'm going to limit it to these 4 cars for Group 3, and then I'll put in my custom BOP into the system. And then it all just manages itself. That would be so effective. And I'm not sure if other games do that, but I think they do.
That seems like it would make a lot of things easier. And it also seems like that way you could actually class cars into their proper groups, maybe. I don't know how that would work, but like maybe a Group 1 car might really not be a Group 3 car like it is in this case with the DB9. Group 1 is a GT3 car in this game. Maybe with a BOP you can actually sort it out and have those multi-class racings.
Exactly.
Could be interesting.
As an example, the Group C cars don't have their own class. I can just create a class for them and then the game manages it.
Exactly.
But I know that, like I said, I know on the developer's side they handle that because they set that up for FIA races.
See, this
It'd be nice if we could do that.
This is what I was talking about, the lack of transparency and the lack of, like, they have all of these backdoor options. I understand that some have to be kept to the developers, but if you're going to give the people the ability to create a lobby and actually do all these settings, why not give all of them? Like, why limit the options that these people can... Sorry, as we see Quentin dive up the inside of Taven.
Yeah, and he takes the position.
Great job there. Will Taven go back? That's the door closed.
I don't think so. I mean, they're pretty much equal in terms of wear, and I think that Quentin is a little bit faster than Taven on pace, so I don't think that Taven's going to take it back.
Yeah, he had that one chance of maybe diving on T2, but would have taken many cojones, like you say in Spanish.
So let me ask you a question. Have you ever used the lobby qualifying system?
I have. You mean just like create a lobby, practice qualifying and race setting?
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
Okay, have you ever noticed how there's no time period between the end of qualifying and the start of the race?
Yes, and you can't change the tire settings?
Yeah. So it'd be nice if you could, do that. Because I know that in the FIA race, for manufacturers and nations, there's actually a time period in between the end of qualifying and the start of the race. So it's always been peculiar to me ever since this came out that we don't have an option to set that.
So I was actually, it's funny that you mentioned that, because I think Key streamed yesterday practicing for today's races, and that conversation came up between him and Fire, and I think there's a way around it, but it involves you pausing right before you cross the line and then sort of going back, and then the game like crossing the line for you, and it's like this whole ordeal. And you're right, like the game is so silly in this like with these little things. You can't practice what you're gonna actually do the race in, right? You have to. Like, in fact, today's FIA was a clear example of that. Like, you want to practice for qualifying, and you want to do qualifying as you would in the race, but it would only make sense to have the softs on if you started at the front of the race. And so a lot of people are like, okay, what if I actually do pull? I actually have to try that out, but then I ruin my whole practice race, and it's like 25-minute race, and how many practice races do you have to do until you can, sort it all out? It would be much simpler to have a 20-second gap and just choose your tires right before the lobby starts. It makes no sense.
Exactly. I don't know, it's just like every time, I think that they're trying their best and they actually care. That's not the point I'm trying to make. I don't think like they are just being stupid.
Oh, no,
I think they're
no.
honestly trying their best. But it just seems like every time they come up with something that actually improves the online component of the game, they have to. So, like this qualifying setting thing, it's like everything is there that needs to be there except for that one thing. And because of that one tiny little thing that they really should have noticed, it's mostly unusable. Like today, we have to use manual qualifying, and we didn't, because the qualifying setting system doesn't work for different classes, and it doesn't work for leaving some time period in between the race and qualifying. So,
yeah,
and it's such a tiny little thing that's why I'm convinced that it's not because they're being forgetful, it's because they're distracted with the thing that's actually making them money, and that's making content for the game.
I agree, and I think the penalty system is actually proof that they care, that they're listening, but the way that they have to actually try to solve the issues is where they actually lack a little bit of... So this is the problem. So they had one penalty system a few weeks ago where it's very similar to the one we have now, where there's almost nothing as a penalty. And then everybody was complaining, oh my god, I'm getting rammed everywhere, no penalties. So they're like, okay guys, if you want to complain about that, we'll change it back to how it was previously, which is everything's a penalty. Absolutely everything. And then everyone's like, hey, we didn't want that, come on. And so they're listening, but the ways that they're trying to solve their issues don't exactly meet the standards of everybody, and that's something that they're never going to do. They're never going to please everybody. It's so hard.
And that's a very tall order for them to have to try to please everyone, and I think that's what they're trying to do. But they have limited resources, they have limited employees, they have limited time. That's the big thing, they have limited time. So I don't think they'll be able to accomplish it, but if they redirect their attention on making content, which I think this is what they're doing in GT7, then they can focus on the online component more for this game. And I think that's what they're doing.
Well,
but we can only hope. Because I remember when, I think it was the update that Laguna was on, that was the one where they broke the contact penalties being able to be turned off in the lobby. Mm-hmm. And it was only until 3 updates later that they actually fixed that. And if you notice what they did with the updates in between, it kind of lends itself to the idea that they're listening to the feedback, but they're not really trying to figure out what the feedback means. Like, they turned off penalties completely. Remember that?
Yeah.
And then they turned contact penalties back on when people asked for them back. But they weren't really listening to the issue that the contact penalties themselves are broken.
Exactly. That's part of the problem, right? They're listening, but they're too reactive. They're too polarizing on their actions to the problems. They either go one way or another. They don't sort of get a little bit, okay, right, we actually need to sort this out. Another issue might be that they're just like, okay guys, we're already working on the next game. What can I do to try and get the least complaints possible from the most people while we can just focus on the next game?
Yeah, damage control kind of stuff.
Exactly. Which...
laying this game to bed.
Slowly but surely.
Yep.
I was gonna. I hope you don't kill me, but I'm gonna try and go for a quick smoke. I think I can take the headset outside, and there won't be an issue. But just in case, and I can control the things for sure. But if you don't hear me, that'll be why. But I will be here within the next 3 minutes if anything changes.
Okay. That's fine. I left you for about like 10 minutes, so I can handle being alone for 3 or 4 minutes.
But I am controlling the stream, so just if anybody wants to see some action, just shout it over the thing, and I can hear it and I can move it around.
I got you.
Thank you.
Lorenzi is still in the lead, and let me see by how much. 26 seconds. Pretty decisive lead. The Dan's has a pretty decisive lead as well with 17 seconds. Pink Ray has 11 seconds ahead of Judoka, and then Autista is currently leading in the GT3s. He's got 2 seconds behind him to go to Quinton, which, let me check where to see, because they're so close. Yeah, Quinton's going to pass him. He's got more fuel, he's got fresher tires, so he's refitted. And then Caven Stall is in a pretty good position. He's right behind Quinton in terms of the race. And he's got about the same wear. Stag and Petrolhead are in the back. Stag's got 20 seconds in front of Petrolhead, so he's got a pretty decisive lead on him. So I think he's got this position in the bag for him. We still have 30-something laps, though, so anything could happen.
Right. You can still hear me, right? Can you still hear me from here?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. All right. I think I can actually rock this. I can go outside and not lose any streaming abilities.
So apparently Belviga and the Renegade LMP, who got disconnected earlier, had his wheel disconnected in race, and that's why he left the lobby.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a real big shame. I know.
You kind of need that.
Yeah, I know. Lorenzi lost his pedals going up Eau Rouge in our race, in our 6-hour Spa race a few months back. Stepped on that too hard.
That.
It was
That was for IGTL, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So Lorenzi has improved his lead by 2 more seconds.
So 22 laps remaining.
Yep. I said 30-something earlier because I was looking at the GT3s, but I realized that the LMPs are the ones who decide at the end of the race. I really, really like the VQS LMP. Who exactly makes deliveries for your team?
Well, we have a few people that do them. I think this one was made by Single, actually. I know Lorenzi also makes a few of them.
Yeah.
We also have another Spanish guy that also does a few. Like, we have a few people that do liveries. We never have shortage of supply for liveries. I
Yeah,
do
in my
like this
team,
one a lot. It's really beautiful, I think. You did a
yeah, in my
fantastic
team we
job.
have a couple people who make liveries. I make the liveries on and off, but our main guy is a French driver. And we do have a British driver who makes his own style of not LMPs, of liveries. He's been trying to make them look more and more like the ones that we've kind of agreed on being the main design. I
He
don't know,
goes.
making liveries for these LMPs is pretty difficult.
It is. It is, right? You can get some very weird looking cars if you don't do it right.
Hmm.
So we have 3 cars in the pit stops now, and didn't Quentin just, oh, he's getting his mediums out of the way. Anybody else on, so, no, Autista went on to softs. So he's probably gonna fly past Quentin now.
Alright, we're gonna report that the did Autista ever go on mediums? I don't think so.
That's what I was about to ask.
Quentin is definitely on mediums, and I don't believe Lorenzi ever went on mediums. Although I could be wrong. I don't know. That's racing softs. There was that 7-minute period or 10-minute, I don't know how long I was going. I tried to get as fast as possible, but there was that period of time where I didn't get to see what tires people were on, so I might have to communicate with the drivers or with the replay. I definitely have enough room for replays this time around.
I think we can ask people in the chat. They'll be pretty fair, right? Fair play. And if not, we'll just check the replay. So there's no real point in trying to cheat the system.
Yeah. You're not going to really lose too much time from being on mediums here at this track, because a lot of the time, especially with the LMPs, is going to be gained on the straight.
Yeah, that's true.
Ryan, you will be starting in the back of the GT3s.
Ryan, my friend, I know exactly how you feel. I've been there myself. I was the person that had to take over from Lorenzi's pedal incident, so started quite far behind at Spa. I know how annoying that must be. Is he starting? So is Ryan starting immediately? So on the same lap, or how is that gonna play out?
Okay, so I'm gonna record the gaps, right? And the LMPs are gonna start with their gaps, and I'll explain how the gaps are retained after. But the point that I'm trying to make is that the GT3 cars will start 1 lap after the last LMP has gone around the track, instead of us waiting like 20 minutes.
Yeah, please.
So, yeah. Anyways, once the last LMP car goes around, then we're gonna have the GT3 cars going out with their gaps, and we're gonna retain the gaps that were between the GT3 cars, and then whatever cars have to start in the back of each respective class are gonna start about a second after the last car.
Okay. I'm back inside. Close this door.
So, let me try to explain. I'll have to reset in the actual lobby so that all the drivers know, but I might as well explain it now. We're going to have a formation lap just like we did with the first stint, except everyone's going to go into the pits. And we're going to start off the race with a limited amount of fuel, so that when people get around to the pits, they're basically going to have no fuel left. Alright, so you know the screen that comes up when you first pit, and it asks you what tires you want to pick? They're going to stay on that screen without clicking anything. And then I'm going to call out their driver numbers with, in order with the gaps retained. So like I'll call out the first place number, and then I'll wait, and then call it the second place number when the gap is done. And when I call out the number, they click what tires that they want, and then they can start their tires. But they'll be sitting there until I tell them what to do. And that's how they'll be able to do it. Now they can take however much fuel that they want. They can keep the tires that they're on, doesn't matter. So when they come out of the pits, the gaps might be slightly different. But what matters is that they can't start their pit stop until I tell them to do so, to retain the gaps. So,
okay, sounds fair.
That's how we'll do it.
Yeah.
I got that idea from iGTL actually. That's how they do it.
I was about to say that's exactly how we did it in iGTL, but then there was the wrong number was called in our that the lucky number 16 and 19 issue.
Yeah, it's not a very easy system to work with. I remember last round for VES we actually got one of the gaps wrong, which this time I'm going to be paying extra attention to how big the gaps are between the drivers. So I'm going to try to be more attentive to that, but it's not an easy system. It's so easy to make a mistake.
Yeah, and those from your side, from the organizer side, it's really challenging because you have to keep track of all the cars. If you make a single mistake, you're gonna potentially ruin a whole team's 4-hour race, right? So it's you have a lot of pressure on you. So we're gonna let you focus a lot in the last lap to try and get everything.
See, that's why I also added to my list of things that I would like to be in a lobby setting is some sort of driver swap system that we don't have to do manually. That would be really nice.
That would be amazing, yeah. I can already see the amount of disconnects that we'd get in one of those systems if PD is the one in charge of setting it out. And I'm so as people have pointed out, I'm Portuguese. I'm not Spanish. I don't have an accent. That might surprise some people.
There are a lot of Portuguese members of the eSGT community.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. What I've noticed is that, I'm not sure why this is the case, it is really neat though, that there are a lot of, I guess you could say, Brazilian, Spanish, Portuguese, Central American, etc. teams on this game. Like, so many more than English-speaking regions of the world have teams. Really? Yeah. There's like dozens upon dozens upon dozens of teams out there, and they keep reaching out to me wanting to get involved with the stuff that I do. And I'm happy to bring them on board, but I want it to be more variety in terms of where people are coming from. But it is amazing. There's like so many. There's PTX, One Racing eSports, Project One, there's Jokers, I could list, Power Team Racing, yeah, there's just tons and tons and tons of, I guess you could say, Hispanic teams.
That's interesting because what's the region with the most with the most players, active players? There's a way to find that out, right? Like on
Well, it depends on what you're talking about. Is it most active eSports-oriented teams or players? I mean,
well,
or
I don't think
region
there's a.
with the most active players in general.
I think
Because I have my suspicions.
you have your suspicions on the eSports one or on the.
Yeah, I do. I think that EMEA has the most esports-oriented players. And then
it would make sense, I think.
I think a close second would be the Asian region.
Yeah, they're the two strongest regions in terms of the amount of really high-level drivers they put out there. I think it would make sense.
What you really need to look at, and the reason that I'm pretty confident with my suspicion, what you really need to look at is the amount of private leagues that are hosted in different regions, that are created by people from those regions. And then you need to look at the difficulty of FIA in those regions. Like the region with the least amount of people who play this competitively is the Oceania region, by far. And then I think a close second would be North America, actually.
Or is Central America the same region, or it's North America, right? They're different regions.
Yeah, Central America is part of South America. It's called CSA, Central and South America.
Ah, okay.
I think they separated it based on not population, but based on culture. I'm not sure why they did that, because I would have separated it on population, but I think that's the reason that they did that. Because the North America region is just the United States and Canada. There's nothing else.
Yeah, it's interesting. When I first got into it, when I looked at the most active players, not esports oriented, just active, actual playing the game. I think the North America region was the one that had the most users by far. I guess that's where the game maybe the most, but maybe not necessarily oriented towards esports, just the offline version of the game.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a more recent thing. I don't know. By the way,
I honestly think that North America is the second worst in terms of how many people play the online component competitively. Despite the fact that it has the most players in general. I think that's where the disparity comes from. I think North America really throws it off. Like the 33.5% thing.
Right. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make a lot of sense. So is this right? Lawrence, he's onto the mediums, by the way. We have, he's getting rid of the mediums on the last stint. And he has a 37-second advantage. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh, there is an exception to that rule about it being just being in North America, not including any of Central America. Puerto Rico is included in the North American region because it is a territory of the United States. And they aren't allowed to have their own representation in terms of their own flag. Which makes sense because they're a territory, but because Puerto Rico is so different and they're basically independent, I always let them represent themselves in my standings. On my standing sheet, I always put Puerto Rico, not the United States.
Right. Well, I think that's fair.
We had a discussion about other similar situations like Scotland, and I ended up just settling on the idea that they can represent whatever they want to. There's this one driver
dangerous territory.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, this one driver, he wanted to represent the Philippines because I think that his family's from the Philippines, but he lives in the United States, if I remember correctly, and I said, okay, I'll just put the Philippines flag for you. If that's what you want, it's fine.
Yeah, it's not like it's going to matter a lot. I think the biggest issue for FIA when you select the country, when people do it on all alternate accounts, is that you create a lot of lag for the people on those actual regions, right? You're the one far away, and like you're the one causing issues. So as long as it's not an issue if they want to use the Puerto Rico flag, the Philippine flag, sorry. As long as they're not creating havoc in their lobbies.
Yeah, like I said, I let people represent whatever they want to represent as long as it's a real part of the world and they have some relation to it. It doesn't even have to be an officially recognized country per se. I mean, there's exceptions to that rule. But like I said, Puerto Rico is not necessarily a country, but because they're so distinct from the rest of the United States and they basically run themselves, I let them be let them be their own representation. And Scotland, I did the same thing with Scotland because of the cultural differences. Really what we're doing with the flag thing is that it has no effect over how people perform. It's not like there's a nations championship or anything in these sort of events. It's just for people to be allowed to represent
whomever they identify
identity
with the most, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think that's what people really want. If they don't have that opportunity in the game, because it takes that option out of it. I think this is a good. Also, it's a good thing for you for your future league, right? Where you have the team things, so you can like actually tell them, hey, who do you really want to represent? And I think people will be maybe more inclined to. It's just another incentive to participate, I think.
I'm trying to, with this league, in as many ways as I can, offer something that is better than what sport mode is. So if it comes down to little things like that, then yeah, I will make it something that the drivers are going to more enjoy, and that's one of those things. Your ability to represent what you want to.
Yeah, it's like you said earlier, right, in the stream. It's not like they're doing things very wrong. It's just like it's in the details, right? And if we can get these little things done right, I think you're gonna go a long way with your competitions. By the way, I don't know if you.
Somebody said that Dominican Republic. So I know that the Dominican Republic, because we have a driver in my team from the Dominican Republic, it's actually included in CSA, which just makes it more awkward that Puerto Rico, despite being only an island over, is not represented as part of CSA. It's actually in North America for whatever reason. If I were to make it fair in terms of representation, population, make it competitive, I would have included Central America as part of the North America region, and then had South America as its own thing. That's what I would have done personally. But
right.
like I said, I think they separated based on culture.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to maybe ask them to see if some of that's going to change for the next game, or if they're going to leave it be. By the way, remember you saying Taven was not going to be able to get back on Autista? Look what happened.
Did he? He did.
Taven.
Wow.
I didn't want to interrupt our conversation there, but he did. He got back somehow, and he's pulling away. Actually,
Quentin just went off. He hit the green at the exit of turn 1.
And he's got front damage.
That's really going to hurt his team. I think that Arc might run away with a good position for the start of Stint 2. Bautista has to pit too.
Oh my, what a great race by Taven. He's really done a great job. What lap are these guys on? Oh! Lauren's almost losing it on the straight. Not what you want to see 5 laps from the end.
I gotta pace myself. If I talk too much in the first stint, I'm gonna be quiet through the second stint.
Yeah, we're gonna run out of topics here.
Yeah.
Nah, we'll be fine.
So, Quinton's gonna have to serve his penalty because he got it for hitting the wall. I'm waiting for him to do what he's supposed to before I make a comment.
Should be... I think he's probably going to lose it on the next straight, I'd imagine. Yeah, he's really pushing his luck a little bit.
I think we need to clarify in the rulebook that when I say shortcut penalties, I also mean wall grinding penalties.
Yeah, maybe that wasn't very clear.
I basically mean any penalty that's not a contact penalty with another car, which, since the game's actually fixed now, that means any penalty they end up getting.
Yeah, I guess teams are following the rules to the actual line. Like in Formula 1, they're looking for loopholes. I guess he didn't mention wall collision penalties, so I'm just gonna, excuse my pun, write it out.
Yes, I know. I already clarified that it doesn't matter. It's still a penalty that he needs to serve. Wall collisions are also considered penalties that must be served. If I need to change the rule book in order to make that, like, apparent, then I will, but that's what I mean when I say what I say. But you're right, people will look for any sort of loophole that they can, even if they know the spirit of the rule. I did a little research on the GT1 class from back in the 90s, and that's what made that class really interesting, because the mechanics and engineers were taking advantage of a lot of loopholes to make it the way that it became, because it wasn't intended to be like anything that it ended up becoming. I guess the period of time that most represents what the GT1 class was supposed to be is 1994, 1995. But any time after that, it started becoming basically LMP cars with cheats to make it seem like it was a GT car.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of trying to, in all of motorsports where you have a lot of money involved, you tend to have like a car that has a lot of budget, that goes, like absolutely berserk and like has too much pace, and then you have the organization trying to level things off a little bit and seeing like, come on, this is bad for the sport. It's nobody wants to see a car just by himself out front. It's no fun. And so where can you fit in the rules and try and like take away, where can you BOP the one team or the two teams? It is tricky for organizers as well. If we can see in Le Mans nowadays, we have that issue with Toyota just literally being out there by themselves, and having to try and contend with nobody. How as an organizer, what do you do, right, to try and maintain the top category alive? It's very tough.
It gets even more complicated when, I've had almost 2 years of experience now organizing events just for this game, and it can get super complex to where you'll end up with regulations manuals that include all the things that have to be in there, right? For something like this, it ends up being like a dozen pages, just because you can't restrict the language any more than it currently is written, because then people will come up with loopholes, right? So I can imagine it gets even more complicated when you have to create a league in real life, where not only do you have to set up what the race is actually going to be like and who's where, but you also have to set up the rules for how people are allowed to build their cars.
Yeah.
I don't envy them whatsoever.
There's always going to be ways around it, right? Like when in Formula One they tried to say, okay, guys, we need to put a maximum budget, we have to cap, because it's getting too ridiculous, the amount the top three teams were spending, and then the cap was enforced, but there were always, so it was only to do with the actual Formula One team. So Mercedes, for instance, did a lot of the R&D on the Project One, so they developed a road car, and I say road car with a lot of a little bit of sarcasm there, because it has an F1 engine, but basically they just used a road car to do R&D for their F1 program, and that allowed them to go outside of the cap, the economic cap that F1 had put in the rules, and so they were already, going to be developing a lot more than the teams that didn't have an actual road car, that weren't a road car manufacturer and just a motorsport entity. So there's always going to be ways to go around it, even if even today in Formula One, with the rule books as well written as they are, there's always loopholes and always people trying to find a way around the words.
And can you even blame them, because they're trying to?
No, it's part of the
really
fun, right?
In my opinion, it's really up to the organizers to come up with ways to limit the event, and then it's up to the drivers to hunt down those loopholes and make them apparent to the organizers. Like just now, I don't blame Quinton for not serving his penalty, because it's my fault for not clarifying that I actually want them to serve their wall contact penalties too. And if he complains about that, I don't blame him, but I need to make that rule change. It's not really a rule change, at least in the spirit of the rule, but I do need to write it down in the rule book. It's not happened before in this racing league, so him serving the penalty doesn't put him at any disadvantage to drivers previously in the championship, which is good, but I do need to make it clear that I'll be enforcing it that way from now on. So, I take the blame for that. I usually take the blame for everything. I'm not, I'm just that kind of guy.
How very gentleman of you. So Taven actually he pit with 2 laps to go. I don't know if
Petrol goes wide.
Who went wide?
Petrol went wide at turn 1.
Oh, right.
He managed to get back on the track without going off, though. Or spinning, sorry. He already went off.
So, final lap. Wow, 40. 7-second gap. That's an incredible performance by Lorenzi. All the way around.
Alright, so Lorenzi's going to be crossing the line. Let's see the gap. 45 seconds. Or 46, around that. 46.
Don't we have to wait until the second guy, until they cross the line to see the... Yeah, it's probably going to be 46.
Yeah, I think so. I'm going to put 20. I believe that Pink Ray... Dan's is going to have 20 in front of Pink Ray.
Yeah, so exactly. It's going to be 46.
Yeah, 46. And then 20, I believe, and then 11 in front of Judoka. And then Belvica's going to start, Belvica's teammate is going to start in the back, right behind Judoka.
Here comes the final LMP1 car. Alright, awesome job.
Alright, I didn't get the gaps for the GT3 cars, but I can look at the results. Because I can look at the final times. And I don't have to worry about contact penalties, so it works out perfectly for me. Alright, so we have Taven in first. Good job, Taven.
That's a
Let's see what your
fantastic job.
teammate can do with it. Then Autista. Also a really good run on his part. Quentin, his teammate might be able to make something of this. He's not too far behind. He's only about 8 seconds behind, which could be made up in strategy.
8 seconds is more than doable over 2 hours.
Mm-hmm. And then DJ got disconnected, so he starts in the back. And Batista's DJ, Quentin, Taven, Stag on Petrol. Okay. And then Quentin did his mediums already. So, that might change some things, because since Quentin did his mediums and the two drivers in front of him did not, as far as I could tell, that could make a change. So that's 7, 8, 9 seconds between Taven and Autista. And between Autista and Quentin is, I'm saying this live on stream so people can correct me, 8 seconds.
It's 22.1, 30.9. It's, yeah, I mean.
And then Stag is behind by a full lap. So that could make, let me go into the stream, I might be able to tell there. Taven said that his team did mediums. Okay, I'll take his word for it.
Taven put mediums on 1 lap from the end, I think.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure I saw that happen.
I'm looking at the gap on the screen. I'm trying to see what the gap was between Stag and I imagine that Stag has a stream up. So let me check that. I want to make sure I get this right, so I apologize for the wait. DNA Stag.
Yeah, I better have this done properly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna go check on my girlfriend and see if she hasn't finished the plot to murder me. Just check in on her because she's probably having a quite boring day. So if you'll give me just a few minutes,
That's fine. That's fine.
I'll be back. Should I leave it on spectate or? Well, I'll just leave it on this for now.
Lorenzo, you can go ahead and change the name of the lobby. Okay, you did. And you have the time of day, because I think the time of day that we were going with was 18:15. So if you can change that. I just need to find out the gap between Stag and Quentin and Petrol and Stag. I do know what the gap is between Petrol and Stag, and that is 25 seconds. Okay, thanks. Okay, Stag ended his stream. Alright. Stag, can you post your stream? Actually, I think I can go to your actual channel from here. Yeah, I can. I'll get it for you, don't worry. DES round 2. This is round 3, so let's go to videos.
Hey guys.
Welcome back.
Just checking in, because the poor thing thought it was a 2-hour race, and was expecting this to be over now, so she's not exactly the happiest person in the world right now. But we'll let that slide.
Full lap minus 7 seconds behind Guy in third. I'm aware, I just need to know exactly the length of that time. Oh, so I'm pretty sure on his stream it would have shown a ... It wouldn't have shown like, or a .. rather than an actual time. So if it's 7 seconds in addition to a lap, then I can work with that. 1 lap plus 7 seconds. I can work with that. Okay. We should be ready to go. Stuck check in, let's say 5 minutes. Thanks for sticking around, Filer, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a huge help. I need to plug in my controller or else I'll lose connection. Oh, here it is. Alright, so we have the gaps. If anyone wants to dispute the gap, this is your point. Make the dispute. Lorenzi is 46 seconds ahead of Dan's, and Dan's is 20 seconds ahead of Pink Ray. Pink Ray is 11 seconds ahead of Judoka. Judoka is going to be 1 second ahead of Belvica, because Belvica is starting back. And when I say their names, I mean their teammates, by the way. Taven is 9 seconds ahead of Montista. Bautista is 8 seconds ahead of Quinton. Quinton is a full lap plus 7 seconds ahead of Stag. Stag is 25 seconds ahead of Petrol. And Petrol is 1 second ahead of DJ because DJ is going to start the lap. The gap was 1 point. Okay, so 1 minute 29 seconds. That sounds about right. So that's 1 minute 29 seconds. Thank you. Oh, minus. Okay, well. That seems about right. Anyways. 1 minute 29 seconds. Alright, so Thomas is here, Felix is here, Mop is here, Iapes is here, Finn is here, Marzan is here, Nugatti is here, Filer, Brian, Dibbler, Dr. Love, me. Mop is the second driver for Belgica, so. And Nugatti left. Oh no!
It's already started.
Okay, so Thomas said that you couldn't see Nugatti. That might be a connection issue, so it's a good thing we're doing stuck checks. Once Nugatti rejoins, we'll do our stuck check.
If he couldn't see Nugatti, maybe he should also try and come back in. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. And classic Dr. Love Juice is not entered, as always.
He's always around the chat.
Alright, so Thomas is back. Alright. Pez. Okay, I got you. Pez. Pez just told me that I pronounced his name incorrectly, so I got that. Pez. Because I know he has a Pez collection. Which is pretty
Pez.
Yeah.
Pez collection. Interesting.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
He should have just made his account I Collect Pez. It would have been more appropriate. Alright, we just need Nugatti to enter, and then let me make sure we have everyone. Lorenzi's teammate, Single is here. Then Dan's teammate, Nugatti is here. Pink Ray's teammate, Felix is here.
Lorenzi's saying Thomas can't see Nugatti on track.
Okay, we'll do a stuck check and see if that fixes anything.
Yeah.
Judoka's teammate is Dibbler. And then Belvica's teammate is Mop. Who's here? Taven's teammate is Thomas. He's here. Bautista's teammate is Marzan. He's here. Quinton's teammate is Finn. He's here. Stag's teammate is one of the DNA drivers, Dr. Love. He's here. Petrol's teammate is Iapes. He's here. And then DJ's teammate is Ryan. He's here. Okay, so we do have everyone. You can do the stuck check whenever you're ready. I'm already entered just to make sure I'm in the front. Let's do this.
Alright, stuck check 1. Here we go. Everything's been running quite smoothly up until now.
I just don't know if single filer is actually present. That would make a big difference. Because then I'd be talking to a wall right now.
Nah, there you go.
Oh, there we go.
He just wanted a bit of loving.
Single's a mute because he doesn't have a working mic. Let's go. Okay, we're probably gonna have somebody stuck today because Thomas cannot see Nugatti. Which is funny because they're from the same team.
Yeah. Household problems, domestic issues. Oh,
so you already...
Nugatti stuck.
Okay, Nugatti got caught. Alright. What about Thomas?
I think everybody else seems to be clear. It was just Nugatti. Thomas did, I think he just started early, but it's fine.
You may re-enter the lobby after resetting. Never mind. Okay, he already left. Alright, so we'll do another stuck check when he gets back.
We had this coming. It was too good to be true.
We complained about PD too much.
Yeah.
They hurt us.
Yeah. We've also said quite a few good things about them. I think we've been quite fair.
David, okay. Restart the lobby. You've had it open nearly 4 hours. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hey, Filer, can you like say the settings for the current lobby that you have up, and then just put it back up again? It should work. Yeah, new lobby. Yay! We get a few seconds to breathe before we go back in.
Yay! Yeah, the Aston Martin Toyota hypercar battle would have been fun to watch.
I don't know what they're gonna do with the hypercar class now. The only two teams that have said that they're definitely going to be making cars for it that are still there are Bicoles and Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus.
Interesting.
I just don't know if the class will hold up with a bunch of small companies. They need at least one big company in it to keep it alive.
Well,
because
Toyota's in there, right?
No, they dropped out.
Oh, they also dropped out?
Yeah. I think because they didn't have competition and they didn't want it to be the same story that LMP was becoming.
Yeah. I hadn't heard about that.
I don't know what they're gonna do.
I guess it's gonna make the rest of the field more even.
Yeah. I do know that whenever something like this happens, it always paves the way for something very interesting. So we'll see what happens.
So when did Toyota say that they were backing out?
Like 2 days after Aston Martin said they were.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't find any news on that.
I think Aston Martin said the thing about Aston Martin is that Aston Martin didn't say necessarily that they were pulling out of the class, but that they weren't planning on having anything ready until the second year of the class. Like they wouldn't be there for the first year, I think is what they said. And then I think Toyota said that they were just not going to do it at all. So if the class continues, we'll see Aston Martin in the second year, but that's just based on what they've said so far. With Toyota pulling out, maybe Aston Martin will fully pull out too. I don't know.
Right, interesting. That's it hasn't gotten much media attention.
No.
At least not as much as we would have wanted it to.
Yeah. I don't know what it's going to do to the sport as a whole, because it's going to leave an open space there that nothing will fill, because they're getting rid of LMP1s for it. So
it's a shame, really.
mm-hmm.
It's a bloody shame.
We might end up with a situation where we just have GT3s and GTEs, which would be really strange.
Yeah, it kind of defeats the point of Le Mans, right? That's at least what the Le Mans that all of us here grew up watching. I always remember that class difference.
I know they'll have LMP2s, but since they won't have LMP1s, that's going to remove a considerable amount of viewer interest, because not a lot of people are familiar with the companies that make LMP2s. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Just the people following the team. But also just from a motorsport enthusiast, it's kind of detrimental to actually just to the car industry, right? Like you want these top manufacturers to be competing at the highest level in competitions like WEC, just because the R&D they do is so valuable for later translating that technology onto the road. You kind of want those companies to splash the cash and try and get the most out of it. You're not going to get that from those LMP2 teams, just because of the sheer economics. It's much tougher.
It's not even just that either. It's also like the impact that if there's not a top class anymore for the premier racing championship in the world, and that's what WEC is at this point, then that's a loss of promotional opportunity for these companies, which could eat into their image.
Completely. Yeah, it's all in all, it's just it's a damn shame, is what it is. The state of it right now.
I mean, if this was in when the GT1 class was first created back in 1994, it was a bit different, because basically at that point all racing had died off except for like F1, and it was like everything in FIA had basically died out because they put so much time and money into trying to make Group C work, and it didn't, because it was too expensive, that everything died. So when they created the GT1 class at first, it only succeeded because you had a bunch of national cups investing their cars and drivers into it. And if we're in a similar situation now where the industry is so dependent on specific manufacturers promoting it, like Porsche and Toyota and Audi and other companies just like that, I don't think they'll be willing or able to survive with just a bunch of small teams like they used to.
Right.
Like if it was just bike holes and just Scuderia, Cameron Glickenhaus, I don't think I don't think like they'll be able to financially survive because not enough people will be watching. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. The big makes attract a lot of attention, and that keeps the sport alive. Yeah, I agree. At least part of it.
It's a shame, but I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what happens because it's a really weird situation, and weird situations produce interesting racing.
For sure, yeah. I mean, they can potentially anyway. That's why that's part of the excitement, right? Kind of like buying the lottery ticket. You're buying the dream. So right now we have a potentially amazing outcome, or completely devastating. Only time will tell.
We're doing stock checks for the second stint constant. So I have the gaps though, and then I have to explain after this stuck check how it's done to the drivers. I don't think there are any new drivers here, but whatever. It's important to remind people. Is Nugatti stuck?
Everybody, oh, what? I think
Nugatti's stuck.
Dr. Love Juice. Dr. Love Juice. Right. Are we supposed to be 11?
Dr. Love's trying to get Nugatti loose. It's not working.
Oh, right. I couldn't even see Nugatti.
Yeah.
I think that's the issue.
Okay, well, should we give Nugatti one more chance to race, or should we just move on?
I think a quick poll, maybe. Well, let's just give him one more shot. I think no. We've waited this long.
Crow says one more. You have to remember we're doing a 2-hour race again.
Yeah, my girlfriend remembers quite vividly. she yeah. I may be murdered in the middle of this stream, so...
It's only fair, in my opinion. I just don't want to extend things for too long. Let him restart router, fine. We'll do that then.
Alright.
Whatever he needs to do to reset his connection is fine.
He's restarting the router. Yeah, we're not gonna stop a man that's restarting his router to race from one more try. So I'm sure he'll be hurrying up. And that was a really good race, everyone. The first stint. It was a really good job from everyone. It was quite enjoyable. So, what time is it where you are, Fives? right now?
Right now it is 4 p.m.
I'm gonna finish at midnight here.
Just waiting on Bobby to return. Marzan, I would go ahead and enter too. I know you're watching the stream. Because as soon as the guy gets entered, then we'll go ahead and get started with our final stuck check.
Right, Nugatti in the house.
Here comes the tough part for people doing streams, lasting the second half.
Yeah, this is my first time. I'm a stream virgin, so I hope to survive. Right, let's is everybody in the... No, Nugatti's still not in there. Alright, everybody's in. Alright, cool.
Let's go.
Let's get that stuck check started. Do you have all the gap information and everything sorted out? Alright, cool.
Yes, I do. And I'll report that to Filer when the time is appropriate, which will be after the stuck check, assuming Nugatti gets unstuck.
Pray for Nugatti.
Alright, let's see.
Right, let me just get up.
I mean, you see Nugatti on your stream, so that's a good sign.
I'm just gonna leave it on him. Everybody seems to be moving.
Yay!
Alright.
Great. No! You got hit.
Alright. Let's get this ball rolling.
Okay, Filer, I got the order for you right here, so let me get it for you. Filer. Delta's team is Nugatti. Pink Ray is Felix. Judoka is Dibbler.
Yeah, Finn was saying that the order was wrong there, but I think we're sorting that out now.
Yeah, don't worry. We didn't even set the order yet.
Yeah.
I mean, we are going to change the order anyways, just so that people are aware where they are. It also adds to the legitimacy of it. It makes it look more like where they're actually going to start and keeps the audience in awares, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it helps everybody know where everyone is.
Clinton is Finn. Stag is Petrol is Hez.
Is Marzan,
Marzan is Autista's teammate.
Ah, right, okay, yeah, he did qualifying, and, okay.
Yeah, he qualified for his teammate, which he can do. You can have different people qualifying. Then
Yeah,
doing stint 1.
I just confused the qualifying with stint 1. I just thought, is he going again? But no, that's my bad.
And DJ's teammate is Ryan, so. Okay, alright, Filer, I have the order for you. Let me go ahead and enter. So it's gonna be you, then Nugatti, then Felix, then Dibbler, then Mop Racer, then Thomas, Marzan, Finn, Dr. Love, Pez, and Ryan. I have the gaps here, so. And obviously I need to be in first, because I am the pace car. And then whenever you're ready, we can get... Actually, no, let me mention in the chat. Okay, so... Formation lap will end with everyone going into the pits. Do not press the tire. Do not press any buttons once entering the pits. Don't change your tires until I call your... I'm just gonna do it by name this time rather than by number, because people, it's so difficult to like go back and look at the actual standings to see which number they are.
Yeah, just since you've got the keyboard, it's no issue, and everybody seems to be quite far apart, so you don't have a problem. I think the issue is when there's a lot of people really close together, and you know, it's easier to type two numbers down than...
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Filer.
Let's get the show on the road. All right, good luck, everybody. And give us a good race. Wow, well done, Fives. Got it on pole.
Yeah, I know, right?
You're some kind of wizard.
I'm the whiz kid. I'm the fastest PHX driver. No, I'm not. Okay, you might want to save fuel, because... And that goes out to all the drivers if they're watching. You might want to save fuel. If you want to make it all the way around.
How much fuel do they have?
Just barely enough to get to the pits.
Okay, there we go. I couldn't see the... Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Stag. I really appreciate that. I'm trying my best to make this work, and I'm glad that people like it.
Ah, Stag, thanks, man. By the way, this whole thing is like Fives is doing a hell of a job. So yeah, I think everybody in the chat should give Fives a big thumbs up, because it's really hard and complicated to get this all organized properly and make sure everybody's happy, and yeah, just big props and shout out to you, man.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Keep this ball rolling and growing.
I mean, I really want the ball to roll, so I'm glad it is. I'm glad that it's working out.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
I appreciate that people enjoy doing it, because this sort of thing wouldn't be anything at all without the drivers.
So you don't take the blame or the credit. Wow. you gotta appreciate all the effort you put into this, man.
Alright, here we go. I'm gonna pull off to the side a little bit so people can enter the pit lane.
So, don't follow... Okay, good. Good job.
I'm gonna let everyone enter.
So don't press anything.
Yeah, don't press anything. No touchy. Alright, there we go. I gotta keep track of the timing.
Let's see if Single can make use of the plentiful advantage that Lorenzi left him with. It's a humongous gap. So, okay, Nugatti's, okay, there we go.
Okay, I think I did that right. Alright. Now, I just have to wait for the last LMP car to go around. And that's gonna be... Mop.
Oh! Whoa! Mop having
Mop went off.
a huge
Was that of his own
problem.
volition?
Yeah, it seemed so, yeah.
Okay.
So Mop will be the last one across in the end.
Yeah.
And that's not going to be good for his tires either.
Mm-mm. He's already gotten lapped by Filer.
Yeah. Oh, poor. That's... Well, yeah, I guess he wasn't too far off anyway. Alright, so I'll leave it on Mop so that you know when to...
I'm looking at it right now, don't worry.
Alright.
Okay, now I have to wait forever.
Alright, the first of the GT3 cars out. Marzan with a pretty tough challenge to try and close that gap to Thomas. 12 seconds at the start of the 2 hours. Phoenix eSports 2 seconds behind him. And these poor souls. So we have Dr. Love going on mediums, first stint.
Okay, we're done.
Good? Alright.
Yeah, we're good.
So we have our first mediums.
That's a significant handicap for Ryan. We'll see what he can do with that.
So Dr. Lovejuice and Iapez on mediums, and Ryan will probably want to get past them quite quickly.
Check. So we got mediums for Pez. I'm just gonna call him Pez.
Pez, alright.
Makes it easier for me. Because his name just, I don't know. It defies all phonetic logic.
What's logic anyway?
And then Thomas is on softs. Mop Racer doesn't need to do anything. Dibbler's on softs. Felix doesn't have to do anything. Nugatti at some point during the race is going to have to take mediums from what I can tell. And Filer is going to have to take mediums as well.
Yeah.
So,
51 second gap. Already.
Our lap car is supposed to move for the mediums, the lap GT3 cars. No. They're just supposed they're not supposed to intentionally impede the progress of cars that are lapping them. But they have a right to race as they normally would. If they would like to let people pass them, that's nice, but they don't have to do that. They just can't impede progress, basically.
I guess we're asking for common sense and like use your head. If you were in that position, would you like
Both
to be?
Teams took mediums. Oh yeah, because somebody took mediums at the last minute, didn't they?
Dr. Love Juice is on mediums, and so is Pez. Oh, were you talking about the previous thing? I don't.
Yeah, I was talking about the previous thing.
Ah, right.
See, this is where if we had more space in the lobby, it would be much better because we could have somebody else. This is really sort of the kind of thing where we need two people to direct the race and check what people are doing. And then we need space for a commentator to report to. And then we need to have the driver. cars. But if we were to do that with our current setup, we'd end up with only 12 people on track at max.
Yeah.
I know we only have 11 out there right now, but still.
So they're asking how come Nugatti and Felix are so close.
Nugatti and Felix. Okay, Nugatti and Felix. It might be down to fueling.
So what was their
Oh yeah,
gap?
it's down to fueling. Felix underfueled.
Ah, okay. That yeah. That explains it.
Like considerably underfueled. He only has a quarter of a tank, and Nugatti has half a tank.
On the softs, I guess it's better to be lighter. But I'm not sure what the strategy is here.
It was a 20-second gap. I have it recorded here. It was like 19.6. Yeah, VLX, no, VLX had a medium stint at some point during the last race. Because I have it recorded here. Yeah, Pink took mediums at some point. Yeah, that's right, he did, because he was in the back. That's kind of a smart choice, really.
Alright, so the race is just getting settled in at the moment.
So, Dr. Love is already going to have to pit. Because he's run out of fuel. So he considerably underfueled. And I'm not sure why he did that.
Fueled for 5 laps. Maybe he pressed the button by accident.
Maybe his strategy is to have the least amount of fuel in his car while he does a medium stint so he doesn't lose too much time in pace. But I don't think that's an effective strategy because he's going to lose a lot of time from having to fuel back up.
Yeah. And realistically, you want to be heavier on this slower compound to try and maximize the grip.
I think Single Filer edged out Finn just a little bit. That's up to Finn to report that though. But I was not happy with that performance. Okay, Dr. Love is not pitting yet, so I don't know what he has planned. Oh,
and
no,
he
hit Marzan
damage.
off.
He's got damage front and back. That's interesting. How did he manage that?
I need to look at Marzan. Marzan has rear damage.
Okay, so clearly...
I know that's not engine damage, but I'm calling VSC for that one. Just for a few minutes. So the leader is going to have to slow down in each class. Single's doing what he needs to.
And...
Okay. Green.
So what happened there? Did because it's strange that
I gave it like a few seconds of VSC in order to prevent passing, and that way it held Dr. Love up a little bit.
Right. Made sense, but I don't know how he got front and back damage. I understand the
Let me
front.
explain that one. Let me explain that one. I know I said that it has to be an incident where two cars have engine damage, but because that's something that will never happen, VSC won't be able to be properly implemented in the way that it's meant to, which is to make up for mistakes like that. That incident where Dr. Lowe hit Marzan off needed some sort of corrective action, and there's really nothing that would have corrected that except for a VSC. And I'm sure he's going to report that too. So what I did was I held everyone up for a couple of seconds, and that gives Marzan a little bit of an advantage to get back.
Right. Yeah, poor Marzan now has to... But
they don't actually get to go to full speed because they're not allowed to pass each other under VSC. They get to go full speed, but, you know, since they were in the midst of a battle, they couldn't really do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Finn wasn't the leader, Thomas was. I mean, if you disagree with what I did there, all, you know, power to you, because it wasn't what I said that I was going to do. I just didn't want to leave an incident like that without any sort of action whatsoever.
Yeah, it's very tough to make a decision on the spot, especially when you know something isn't fair and the rules aren't. You know, the rules, like we've been talking about that, about how we try to update and the rules and try and figure out ways of covering up those loopholes. But then there's always going to be tricky situations in racing and in everything in life. But there's always going to be these like moments where you just know what's right and what's not, and sometimes the rules don't cover that. So if there's a way that you can make things...
so people are talking about, you know, you should do this and do that. Last time we had a VES race, there was immense criticism against making penalty decisions during the race. So the only tool that I have available to me to correct anything during the race is a VSC, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would have continued what I was doing before, which was giving out penalties. But people made a valid point that giving out penalties during a race is not really fair because I'm not looking at it from all angles, and I'm not really giving myself the time to see whether or not it was an incident that I thought was. You know what I mean? I need to actually have the time to analyze an incident. But
yeah, it's a very tricky situation. Yeah, drive-through could be an interesting option for cars if it's very clear. A drive-through could...
The point that I'm trying to make is that I've permanently cut off for myself the ability to give out drive-throughs or any sort of penalty until after.
Apart from the safety car, the virtual safety car.
Yeah.
Of course.
I mean, they're making a valid point that it didn't really do what I expected it to. So maybe I won't use that next time. But I hope you guys understand that I was trying to do something. Maybe it didn't work out.
Well, we learn and grow.
There is no next race. This is the final stint.
But there will be future rounds, so...
There will be future rounds, yeah, but I'm not going to apply a penalty to someone in a round later. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Alright, let's see how... We have two guys on the... Here we go. Ryan and Dr. Love Juice. So,
why not penalize them in coming rounds? Because that's unprecedented. I would have to discuss it with other people to decide the pros and cons of that. I'm just not confident to make a decision on that since I've never done something like that before. Penalties have always been applied to the race that they're associated with. So.
Yeah, these sorts of circumstances are always quite tough, and organizers get put on the spot as well, and it's you got to be cut some slack. You're not trying to piss people off or hinder people on purpose, or you don't have like an alternative agenda. You're just trying to make it fair for everybody, you know.
I mean, it's not nice when, and this has rarely happened, but it's not nice when people assume that I'm doing things on purpose, but I do understand their concerns about it because they want to win. It's very intense for them. So when I do make a mistake, I can understand their frustration. But,
of course.
You know, I'm only human, and I'm only one race director, so I'm trying my best to make everything fair, and I make mistakes. So.
Yeah, that's absolutely fair play.
Mm-hmm.
Plus,
well, VSC has always been controversial, and we've rarely had to use it, so I might just remove it from our toolset completely. So that's something we can discuss. I just don't see a way that we can use it on a consistent basis to improve anything. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very tough. I mean, we can't even get people to agree on a chat. You know, it's with a lot of people contributing. So
yeah.
it's you're never going to please everybody.
They're being respectful.
Yeah. Right. So how many laps? We've got 16 laps done. Did Felix stopped, right? He must have, because he's got quite a. He underfueled right in the stop, and now he's got.
Yeah, he underfueled, and now he has more than Nugatti, so he must have.
Yeah.
He must have pitted.
Yeah, and he's 36 seconds, 37 behind. So this could be interesting to see where they come out once Nugatti pits. Oh, we've got an actual battle in LMP1 class.
It's going to be passed by two LMPs at once.
Well, Mop is going to have to pit soon.
Yeah.
Thomas coming out of the pits.
Yeah, Barzan did not have engine damage, and I said when I called the VSC that I recognized that. I was looking for a way to correct the issue, and maybe I made a wrong call. But I hope you can understand that I was doing that for that reason, and not because I was trying to hinder anybody. Even if it did, we can use that as a learning lesson, basically. We do have 4 more rounds of this.
Yeah.
What is the next round? The next round is at Interlagos, so that'll be interesting.
Always fun races there. I do love Interlagos as a racetrack.
I'm just reading through the chat. It's kind of interesting. What exactly did I write in the rules? It says here, the organizer, if they notice a serious race interfering accident has occurred, may call a virtual safety car. And then, was there any update to that rule to change that? Passing is only allowed during VSC if the car is a different class or if the car ahead has engine damage. VSCs will impose a speed limit on both the LMP1 and GT3 race leaders. And... alright, so... let me read the rulebook.
So
eSGT officials may issue safety car instruction upon which the car in first place must keep to a speed limit of 90 miles per hour, 145 kilometers per hour. No car within track limits must be overtaken. That's not necessarily true, so what I said in the other chat changes that a little bit. This lasts until the eSGT officials get the statement green. Participants must maintain a minimum speed while in safety car VSC formation. Slowing to maintain formation is allowed when necessary. Unforced contact with other cars, particularly safety car. Okay, it doesn't say anything here in the actual written stuff that I put on the Discord about it only being called if there's engine damage. Although I have said that in the actual log. Okay, so that rule is still under, I guess you could say, debate. So even though I did something that people didn't anticipate, I didn't exactly break any rules doing it. But, you know, that's just legality stuff, whatever.
Yeah, as long as we're consistent for everybody, I think that's what everybody's like. I think did anybody lose out here massively other than the person that was supposed to lose out, is the point. Like, Finn got stuck behind him.
So my word, to answer what Taven just said, my word in the chat was just a clarification of what I was going to define as a major racing incident, but in the actual written rules it doesn't define what a major racing incident is. So maybe we need to look into that. Either that or just get rid of VSC because we never even normally have to call it anyways. So, I don't know. We'll look at that after this race.
Meanwhile, singles been doing as consistent laps as can be done. Look at that. 25-2, 25-2, 25-0, 25-0. This is really great stuff from single. Nugatti following in the ARC car. Just getting past.
I'm looking at the pace of the drivers. So apparently the best lap for the GT3 cars so far is from Marzan with a 137.1. And then the best from the LMPs so far is
Felix.
Yeah, with a 124.4.
Well, which makes sense.
The GT cars. Okay, let's take a look. Somebody requested for the GT cars.
GT cars. So
we got Thomas up front, 5 seconds behind is Finn, 4 seconds behind him is Marzan, and then I believe a full lap and a little bit behind Marzan is Ryan, and then 7 seconds behind Ryan is Dr. Love, and then a full minute behind Dr. Love is Pez.
Who is 9 minutes and 35 seconds behind single. Just to round that up.
Yeah.
And single goes in
BQS
for...
is pretty dominant this race. I think it's your good luck, Fonz.
Yeah, it's my good luck.
Your presence is what's fueling them.
As long as I don't drive.
Yeah, if I was driving in the PHX cars right now, I wouldn't be doing nearly as well as my teammates are. So, I get you. I totally get you.
Well, we support from the stands. Like two proud papas. Alright.
Already about a quarter into this stint.
So we have... Yeah, all suggestions I think are welcome here for
yeah, as long as people are being respectful. I'm the kind of person who tries to keep track of what everyone's thinking and try to come up with something that is reflective of what people want, but also something that is fair and actually something that we can do. But I'm not the kind of person to say, oh, well, you know, I don't agree with you, therefore you're wrong, and I'm not going to do what you want. I'm not that kind of person. Although I have met organizers who are like that.
Yeah, well, it says a lot about you. I'm
just trying to create something that people enjoy, basically. And people wanted a multi-class race with 2 drivers, with driver swaps, and I'm trying to make it work.
Yeah, no, it's really tough, and I can also understand from an organizer's point of view how frustrating it might be when, you know, you come up with these rules and then, you know, you're always going to have people complaining, and then at what point do they turn and they're like, okay, you know what, it's my way or the highway. Obviously, it says a lot about you that you've stayed strong in to your beliefs and your values. To keep
I think it just comes down to making your goals simple and flexible. Like, you already know my goal is to create something that is fun and is something that offers more than what sport mode can give to people. That's basically it. That's my goal. What people want from that is what's created what we have. I speculated that people wanted a GT4 series. People latched onto that, signed up, they wanted to do it. Okay, there you go. I speculated that people wanted to do a multi-class race, driver's race. People wanted to do it, people came in. In fact, there are people who are begging to come in after registration was closed. So I'm glad that people like it, but it's not like I'm saying we have to do this kind of racing, we have to do that kind of racing. I'm just looking to see what people want. Because my goal is simple, just create something fun that's better than sport.
Yeah, simple and easy, right?
No, not easy. Not easy
Better
whatsoever.
than sport mode. Yeah, it really goes to show. Like, and normally you have like 12 to 15 people in the lobby here, and like the amount of complaints you might get are X. Imagine for PD. It just goes to show, like, it's so simple to fix the penalty system. I mean, like, sure, it's sound system and it sounds pretty obvious, but there must be challenges that we cannot see. If it's taken them 2 years to not get it absolutely right. So yeah, it's extremely complicated to get everything functioning properly and to get everyone liking and accepting the rules. Sorry, was somebody going super slow?
At least the way people are making some comments about the BSC still, which doesn't surprise me, but the way that the rules are written right now, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with it, but basically it's whatever the organizer wants to cause a serious race incident, and if you don't think that that's fair, I kind of agree with you, actually. I would be a lot more comfortable if I specified in the written rules what I meant by that a little bit more. But I wasn't thinking about that at the time. I didn't intentionally write it that way. But since I said in the chat, this is what I consider a serious race incident, the written rules basically give me freedom to change my mind whenever I want. And I don't think that's fair.
It may not be fair, but it also... I'm just gonna I'm gonna argue the other side, which is it gives you room. Remember how we were talking about like how there are specific moments that one cannot really write in the rules so specifically, but they happen, and sometimes something is fair or not fair. Well, this rule so vaguely written allows you can see it in the actual legal documents and just our laws in our day-to-day life. Some are extremely vague on purpose to be able to give us the leniency needed to be like, you know what, it may not be in the rules, but this is fair. And you just stating that vagueness it's not completely fair, but as long as you have the best interests of racing at heart, it should be okay. I understand that everybody's going to have a little bit of a nitpick and it's not perfect, but it's the best that you can do with a one organizer event, I think for now. Your heart's in the right place, so this definitely...
Yeah, but I try to write the rules in a way that, and this is something that Nick taught me, I try to write the rules in a way that the drivers don't have to just assume that I have their best interest at heart, that the rules themselves have to enforce their best interests. Because they can't be expected necessarily to think that I'm fair, especially when you're bringing in new people who have never been part of the community before. They're going to want to see rules that are fair up front, because they don't trust me yet as much as everyone else does. Like, for instance, I'm sure you saw Stag trying to defend me in the chat. That's because Stag has known me since July of 2018. Okay, he's known me forever. But somebody new in the league, like Taven, doesn't know me as well. So he's going to want more concrete rules, rather than putting all of his trust in me. And
Oh, I understand. I
I
understand
don't
completely.
judge him for that whatsoever. That makes complete sense, you know? I've been
Oh,
doing this forever,
of
but it's
course.
new to me.
Of course, of course. Leaving it to your better judgment is obviously gonna come down to how much they trust you or know you, and that's. I understand that it might not be okay with a lot of people. Apparently, it's something that you said before the race. Yeah. It's just reading the comments there.
So that was a really complex way of saying that I need to be more specific in the rules.
Yeah.
People make fun of me for having this huge rule book, but then they complain that I'm not specific enough, and like I don't blame them, but I
It can never be large enough. Rule books tend to grow as time goes by. That's something that I've learned over the years. So
the organizer is about to call Taco Tuesday on a Friday. Taco Friday. It's Fish Fry Friday, though. It has to be Fish Fry Friday.
Which reminds me, I haven't had dinner, and I'm gonna finish this at 12. I don't know if I actually have any food at home. Crap. Thanks, Brian, for making me hungry now.
So you want tacos now? That's what's up?
I wouldn't mind. Right, so Nugatti has a 3.5 second lead on Felix. They seem to be very even on tire wear and fuel, so this gap is exactly, seems about right. Somebody up there with a penalty, Finn.
Finn has a penalty, but what from?
Well, no damage.
I assume it's from a corner cut.
Like there was a bit more than one, because he lost something there. But normally at Fuji, when it's a 1 second penalty, it's turn 2. When you cut the inside with the four wheels, it gives you a 1 second penalty. If you go wide on the outside of turn 2, it's a half a second penalty. So normally the game tends to give, depending on how.
Basically.
Yeah. It just does what it wants. You guys are complaining about the rules, but what about the game?
The game's alive.
Get a pizza. Lawrence, will you bring it for me? Or and you know what? Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry, guys. I'll survive. I've got some cornflakes, I'm sure. There you go. Finn's heard you.
Okay, fine, fair enough. He served it in the braking zone. I'm not very big on that. I might have to specify that in the rules too, so I'll have to be more specific about that.
Yeah, he didn't lose much time there, did he? But hey, it's not written, and he took advantage of it in the right way, I think.
Organizer.
I'm just here for the show.
But that's not what you wrote. That's what I meant.
Right, so yeah, I may order some food in a bit. Right, don't worry about my food situation, guys. Let's try and focus on the race. So let's just go over the field again. Almost a minute
Thomas is
now.
going in the pits.
And where's Finn? Coming down straight.
Love has engine damage, and Yapez has damage too. I think they collided.
Oh. So, double damage here, and engine damage here. This is...
I'm really hesitant to call VSC just because I don't think it will have much of an effect over this.
Oh, somebody...
Oh, and he spits.
He just span.
I guess he's just letting them go. Which is fine.
Yeah,
and in this kind of situation, you have to think about how much Dr. Love is losing from this.
well,
And since Yapez essentially let him go, and that's the only guy that's threatening him.
my only concern
Yapez,
here is
sorry.
that it seems like Dr. Love just pit like the lap before because he's got no tire wear and like quite a bit of fuel.
Yeah, but they're both pitting.
They both. Yeah, it's okay. I think it's fine then.
I know this sounds strange, but Dr. Love and Yapez are essentially the two rivals in their part.
They came out inside of each other.
They're running their own race essentially, so any sort of like action that I would take would only have to affect them in order to make it fair, and I can't do that. So, and they kind of did it by themselves anyways.
So basically, we're asking them to be fair with each other,
Yes.
to not ruin everybody else's race, because from the organizer standpoint, you have very limited power.
I don't know, it's complex,
Although,
man.
yeah, it's really, right, like, I was just thinking, like, if, you know, imagine Le Mans, like, some backmarker GD3 takes out an LMP1, safety car is applied and everybody's bunched up, right? It's kind of like how racing works. But hey,
Yeah.
you didn't hear that from me. My VQS teammates will kill me if if I blow a full minute lead.
Yeah, I'll just apply a VSC right now and just not call it until the end of the race. Actually, your teammate would be perfectly fine if I did that because nobody can pass him.
That's true. So do that in the last lap then, and we're good.
Battle for P2 and LMP. I'm surprised that Nugatti is holding his own against Felix, because Felix is pretty rapid. They must be on pretty good strategies.
Well,
Has
they seem
Tyler got on mediums here?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. Right, now Felix is in dirty air for sure, and that's probably not helping his tire wear. Although did Felix pit after Nugatti?
I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
So like, I'm just wondering if Nugatti is just pushing it harder than Felix.
Yeah, there's a lead of GT battle as well between Finn and Thomas. But Thomas is going to come out on front pretty easily because Finn doesn't have enough fuel. He has like half as much fuel, and Thomas has better tires.
Yeah, Thomas just pitted recently.
Felix is getting really close.
Let's go back to this front. Ryan caught in the middle.
Ooh, Thomas is saving fuel in Finn's slipstream. I know you have to short shift the Corvette, but he shifted that last gear really low. Yeah, he's even lifting. Smart strategy there.
Thomas knows he's got a fuel advantage there. And he's trying to maximize on it. Capitalize on it, sorry.
Felix was within spitting distance of Bugatti, but now he's down to 1.5 seconds. I wonder what happened.
Ryan happened, I think.
He interfered with the battle. Ooh, Felix went into the green a little bit, and he just barely saved himself.
Yeah. I don't know if he got frustrated that he got held back by Ryan and maybe pushed it too hard. But he's definitely cooked his tires a bit in the last lap.
Yeah.
You can see almost a 2-second difference from his previous lap. So definitely ran into trouble.
It is interesting when you have a very, very long race like this, where it seems like nobody's near each other, and then by the end of the race, you start seeing those gaps reappear out of nowhere.
Yeah.
That's because they're all using different strategies. Alright, Finn went into the pits, so that means Thomas is leading GT3. Felix is still trying to shave time to get to Bugatti. He's got a 1.4 second gap.
And Marzan is just lurking in the background.
Yeah, he's getting slightly closer.
And he's on a different strategy here. He's got a lot more fuel than Thomas, so that 3-second
but his
gap.
tires are more worn.
That's true. That's true.
I think Thomas did an underfuel pit, and then Marzan fueled all the way. I think that's what happened.
Yeah, exactly. So, like you said, this is gonna be very interesting towards the end of the race when things start, when the strategies start showing their faces.
Yep.
When we see where everyone falls. So oh wow, look, Felix. Oh my God, Felix suddenly appearing out of nowhere. And he is right on Bugatti's behind. He passed him. Right. There we go. So single filer is just pulling away. Do you remember what the fastest lap was from the previous stint? Was it 24.3 as well, or?
I don't remember what the fastest lap was.
Maybe someone in the chat remembers. Just doesn't really mean much, but just to have another
24.6.
24.6 was the fastest.
So Filer is speedy.
That he is. Right, so these two are at it. Felix going for the move. He got it. Hugging the inside line, covering the apex. Very nice move by Felix. these two are in a battle of their own because Nugatti, now in third place, has 1 minute to Dibbler behind, and Felix in second has 1 minute to Single ahead. So they're in an ocean of their own, these two. Dibbler getting rid of that penalty almost immediately. Sorry, MOP racer. Yeah, I'm gonna...
So Felix managed to pass Nugatti. Nugatti's still... I would say that Nugatti doesn't really have much of a chance to get past Felix because he has more tire wear. And I think that the Dirty Air is messing up his 919, which is notorious for having some understeer problems.
Yeah, definitely. I think Felix was handling the Dirty Air okay, but also Nugatti started driving in the Dirty Air with a much more degraded front set of tires, so that must have not been very nice on his Porsche. So let's see how these guys are doing back here. Thomas has increased, no, so Marzan just pit. Went on to a new set of softs. So I'm just gonna go ask if my I'm gonna try and see if the food girlfriend front, how that's doing. I'll be right back.
Okay. Chat's been quiet. Race has been pretty relaxed ever since the drivers have managed to pass their rivals for the lead. So right now we have, I guess you could say, a breather. Ooh, petrol went off. Might have outbroke himself. Not petrol, sorry, Pez. He has rear damage. I'm not sure what that was caused by. He might have hit a wall. We have some damage from Ryan. That might have been an incident between Ryan and Pez. That's my suspicion, because I saw them pass each other at some point on the straight on the previous lap. But it's not engine damage. And that's what I said in the chat earlier, so I'm going to... Oh, whoa, 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 whoa! Ryan almost edged out, Maybe just stay within 1 minute. That's not a very safe place to do that, though, because there's a lot of green. Felix trying to get some slipstream from Ryan. Mop is in the pits. Getting fuel. And repairing some tire damage. Is still managing to keep within somewhat of a distance of Felix. But Felix is slowly pulling away. They both don't really have much of a chance to catch up to Filer unless Filer makes a huge mistake, which is only halfway through their race, so anything could happen. Felix is about to lap another LMP car, so we got some LMP lapping here.
Alright, hello.
Welcome.
Sorry about that. So...
No problem.
Anything I missed?
No, not really. Mop pitted, and Ryan pitted, and I think that Ryan and Pez had impact with each other. But neither of them had engine damage, so it didn't really affect too much. But we might see some sort of incident report on that later.
Okay, we have some damage to Pez's car.
Yep.
And Ryan pit right after that, I guess. Oh! Mob Racer having an incident. Changed just in time, I'm sorry for that.
I see it on the stream. Luckily he didn't hit anything to cause damage on his car, or else he'd have to pit again.
Yeah, he just pit, right? Like, this is his outlap.
I don't think it's his outlap, I think it's like his second lap out.
It's unfortunate.
I don't know, what's Dibbler's situation? Dibbler's on fresh tires and with the same amount of fuel, so I don't think that Mop's going to be able to catch up to Dibbler on strategy. But Dibbler could make a mistake. He is one lap behind the other LMPs, and there could be a lot of time lost if he manages to get caught up in traffic. So we'll see. Nugatti and Felix could be having a battle again. Depends on how well they're on their tires and fuel.
So Nugatti's is currently pitting.
And Felix is going to have to pit next.
Yeah.
Very soon.
So this is a very important lap for both of them. It seems like Felix is going to have a lot of traffic to get through on a very important lap for him, so hopefully he doesn't get too held up. Singles pitted again as well. I'm guessing two laps ago. You can tell
I am interested to see what my experience with making leagues on this game, how that will transfer to GT7. Could be very interesting.
Well, regarding physics changes, you mean?
No, regarding like lobby setup conditions and the kind of cars that'll be available and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, I mean, exciting times, right? I mean, you guys have been waiting for this for a lot longer than I have. I'm still excited about this game. It's been It's, oh,
Whoa.
whoa. Felix getting
Felix
very
might have to contain
aggressive.
his excitement for the next game there.
Yeah, I think, yeah, he's extremely excited for the next game.
I think that Felix is making a mistake not pitting a little bit earlier. Like, he might be losing some time to Nugatti here.
He should have pit last lap, I think. He should have he should have tried to prevent an undercut at this point, looking at his tire degradation. Because they were literally stuck, right? They were like, they were basically one out behind the other.
Yeah.
And I did see an awful lot of traffic in Felix's time. Yeah, he's coming in. So where is Nugatti? He's coming onto the main straight. So again, it's going to come down to strategy. Oh, MOP just left.
Yeah, he just sent a message.
Right.
He's checking with family about something. So it's like very important that he does that.
Right, fair enough. So,
well, that's unfortunate to Belviga, who did a full race before. He did disconnect though because of his wheel, so that's really unfortunate for Renegade, because they're not going to get any points for this round as a result.
After all that work, and all that suffering. Well,
I mean,
not
the
really
circumstances
suffering.
are what they are. There's really nothing they could have done to prevent that, but yeah.
Well,
sure
this is racing, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some sort of drama going on there with that, but it's nothing to do with us, thankfully.
Wipe your hands clean, conscience clear.
Yeah. Alright, so Felix had a little difficulty getting around Dr. Love here, which means that Nugatti's going to get some slip from Dr. Love, which might help him catch up. I see the gap getting bigger, so I don't think so.
Well, there was dirty air coming into the last turn off camber. It's they might have messed with the acceleration. Definitely did. Although Nugatti has more fuel, I think he does, and they're on the same tires pretty much. So if Nugatti plays this right, he may still have the upper hand for the last stint. I don't know if it's last or second to last.
I'm pretty sure it's second to last. They're gonna have to pit again.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. What's not very interesting is Single here just did the fastest lap of the race, which is interesting, but he's, I think, 1 minute and 13 seconds ahead of Felix.
Yeah, he's in a pretty safe spot right now, but I would not take any risks. He just needs to take it home.
Yeah, I don't want to jinx it for my guys. They've been doing a fantastic job. I'm pretty proud of them.
Did the LMP Porsche burn more fuel? The LMP Porsche burns more fuel than the
Audi.
If I was to make a guess, I think that the Porsche is the worst on fuel, but only by a little bit in comparison to the Audi. They're roughly equal. The Toyota, though, is like leagues beyond the other cars in terms of fuel consumption. So for this battle between Felix and Nugatti, I would say that even though Nugatti is going to have a little bit worse fuel consumption, it's not going to be enough to actually make a difference. He's still going to have an advantage if they have to pit again, which they are going to pit again. If he can stay within, you know, spitting distance of Felix. Felix is starting to pull away.
Yeah, and Felix knows this.
I think that might be because of the fuel weight. That might have an effect on this. And Felix is also a little bit faster than Nugatti on race pace, generally.
And I think he's on a 1 lap fresher set of tires, which isn't that much, but it will also contribute the further down the stint we go.
Yeah. Yeah, the Toyota is a bit OP, so just imagine, like, the TS030, if it was custom BOP to be on pace with these cars, would be even better than the Toyota that's out there right now. So just imagine that. If we included more LMPs, everyone would try to get the TS030. But we're not including more LMPs. Felix is going to be held up a little bit by Ryan. Not really. Managed to get around him pretty easily.
So poor Dibbler lost his only competition that was coming from the back. Well, I say this, we still, anything could happen. And the competition could be, like, the whole pack could be jumbled up again, but it's also really hard for a driver to do in these long races to be running out there by yourself. It can get quite, I mean, not tedious, but hard to motivate yourself to keep going. I guess in these types of races it's slightly easier because you have to be constantly worried about either a slower or faster car in GT3 or LMP1. It's
not even just that too, it's like, it's also a situation where when you drive on a track for so long, you start going into a trance, and it becomes a lot easier to make a mistake if something different happens along your route. Especially when you're dealing with traffic and left cars and stuff like that. And then, you know, having to constantly be aware of your surroundings for that long can be tiring. So your body is going to want to more and more go into this sort of trance muscle memory thing. And then the moment you do, you're going to make a mistake.
Yeah, just think Senna Monaco, right? When he was just alone out in the open and just went into a trance, and he even said it himself, right? He was like, I was in a tunnel, and he just loses a little second of concentration, and your race is over. I mean, if it gets tough for us, we're just speaking, we're not even driving, you know? After a few hours.
Yeah.
So, wow, there's a huge gap between Marzan and Ryan.
That's because Ryan had to start from the back.
No, yeah, Ryan's doing a great job.
He's managed to pass both Pez and Dr. Love and make a convincing enough lead in front of them. 40 seconds.
Good, especially because Dr. Love also, he's doing better than Dr. Love on fuel too, so it's a good job by Ryan there.
Let's see when Ryan crosses the line here. What's the gap between him and Marzan? I don't really think he's going to be able to reel that in, but if he does, I'll be very impressed.
It would take something special for that to happen.
Yeah, it's about half the track, basically. I don't think that would be something, that's for sure.
He would need a engine problem or a severe lack of strategy from Marzan, which I doubt is going to happen. Marzan is currently on the on a fresh set of tires, a full tank of gas. He's ready to bring this home, and we're halfway through the stint. He's locked and loaded, shall we say. So, Single and Felix seem to have stabilized their race pace. They found their rhythm, because the gap to the lead has been 1:13 for a while now. And Felix is opening up a gap to Nugatti, so it seems like Felix...
Nugatti's been getting relatively lucky with traffic where he keeps getting it on the straight, which means that he gets more slipstream than Felix does, but it's only been able to gain him like 2/10 on the straight at most, and then he loses that time back on the actual curved part of the circuit.
Right. Luck or skill. He waits for those GT3 cars to be on the straight.
Finn,
oh, look at that battle
Finn is staying right behind Thomas. He's trying to save fuel behind him, and that's a smart choice.
Especially because he needs to, if he wants to stick close to Thomas. He needs to save as much fuel as possible.
Excuse me, keep yawning.
Yeah, it's getting... We have exciting times ahead.
We have about 30 laps left for the LMPs. Less than that, actually.
It's 28 laps,
28.
I think.
27 and a half.
Okay. Getting so specific.
Oh! Filer just spun.
What the...
Yeah, he just spun because something happened.
Got no damage.
He hit the curb. No, he didn't manage to hit anything after he spun, but it did tear up his tires a bit.
Bloody hell, and now because of the GT Sport multiplier on the tires after a spin, these next few corners are quite tricky. It's
Yeah.
like being on ice.
He hit just the outside edge of the curb and it sent him spinning. And he managed to spin out into an open part of the track so he didn't hit anything.
Lucky.
But that was scary. If I was in his place, I'd be very scared.
Yeah, I want to see what Lorenzi's thinking right now as he's seeing Single fly across the track. 10 out of 10 spin. Yeah. 10 out of 10 heart attack for me too.
Oh wow. There's a bunch of GT3 cars all really close to each other.
Oh, look at this.
Some of them are lapped and some of them are not. Whoa, 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 whoa!
Oh!
Thomas basically stopped on the racing line. Oh!
That is...
And that allowed Marzan to move up into second, and then he's gonna make
he's
a
going
move on Thomas, and he made it stick.
Wow, that is great driving.
And Thomas
He's
has
got
him
the
back
inside
on the
line.
straight.
He's
And
got
he has
the inside line.
Oh,
No,
Marzan's
he
taking
moved
the
out.
inside, and then Finn goes for the dive. Oh, and they manage actually to not hit each other
Oh
too
my
bad.
god. Okay, Mario. Oh!
Oh man, this is really aggressive stuff on all of their parts.
They're still side by side going. Okay, he's losing the inside. Can he stay on the inside though, or will Finn close him up? Yeah, Finn's protecting the inside line.
Okay, things have seemingly calmed down, but they're all going to have slipstream on each other, so this is going to turn into a battle again once we get back into the turning parts of the circuit. And Thomas is easily going to pass both of them because slip.
But there's 3 wide going into the turn 1. There's Marzan sticking to the outside. Oh, Thomas going on to that green stuff.
This is the closest battle that we've seen so far.
This is great driving from all 3 drivers.
It could be anyone's race at this point. Actually, Finn's going to have to pit. He's running out of fuel.
These guys
so, Marzan has a huge advantage over all of them here. Whoa, whoa, whoa,
so,
whoa.
Marzan should probably chill out a bit, but I think he's just having fun.
I would just, whoa, goes right for the apex.
He's breaking.
And he makes it stick. How?
I wonder if that was a little late.
Finn's trying to make a move around him.
He's gonna go on the inside.
No, I wouldn't go for that, Finn. No.
Why are you going? Oh, he's hit him. Oh my god, Marzan held it.
Oh, he's gonna try to go on the inside again. No.
Finn is just trying to make him lose as much time as possible before he has to pit.
Marzan is not on the same race as you, Finn. Oh boy.
Is he staying out?
And Finn's not gonna pit.
Oh,
he's gonna stay out.
Well,
Thomas gave Marzan a bump draft. Unintentionally.
That was smart though, even if it was unintentional.
Whoa,
Finn! Oh my god! Marzan held it just about. And now they're going side by side. Finn going for the crazy inside line. Oh, that was so dangerous. Oh!
Nice. Finn's gonna get a penalty for cutting the course.
Did he get back inside just in time? No, he did not.
Hey, he's gonna have to serve that penalty.
Did he serve it under braking?
This takes him out of the battle. Yep.
Well, the fuel would have taken him out of the battle, but that was a lot of fun right there. Well, if you were falling asleep... That battle lasted
for like 2.5 laps. That was crazy.
It was like drinking a Red Bull, injecting Red Bull into your veins in the middle of the night. So thank you guys. That was a lot of fun.
Finn's gonna throw that bad boy Porsche to the pits because he needs fuel. Oh, he's gonna stay out? Oh no, he's going in. I was gonna say you're gonna run out of fuel.
Yeah, unless that was a glitch that we were seeing. Like there was no way he could last another lap.
Yeah.
Right, so it's going dangerously close to midnight. I'm gonna order this pizza.
Okay.
So, just the battle almost left me without dinner.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Yeah, Jesus. No, seriously, thank you, though. I really appreciated that.
That was enjoyable, that's for sure.
Just doing a quick recap.
I think Marzan may run away with us.
Yeah, he's
because
definitely increasing that.
If you look at the LMPs, you got lap 60 for them, so 23 more laps for them. I remember correctly, it was an 11 lap difference for the GT3s to the LMPs, so the GT3s have until lap 72. I don't think Marzan can last for 21 more laps. We'll see though.
On a little bit more than half a tank. How's Ryan filled up halfway. That's interesting. Sorry, Finn, not Ryan.
Maybe that's all he needs to get to the end of the race.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's all calculated or not. Because I'm pretty sure Marzan will have to pit again for tires.
I mean, he has an 18-second lead, so I don't know, we'll see. I mean, if he only has to pit for tires, I don't think he'll lose too much. Oh, he's going into the pits.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's going into the pits. I don't know what he's going to do with that, though. I don't know if he'll just change his tires.
So this should tell us what Finn will do. Yeah,
oh,
okay.
Yeah, he's just changing his tires.
So, where's Finn?
It's coming up the straight. Yeah, Marzan has a 10-second lead.
Okay.
Possibly even more.
Around 12 seconds.
Yeah.
On a new set of fresh tires, I think he's got this.
Yep. So
now,
Finn has to focus on keeping Thomas away from him.
Exactly. Oh, single. Jesus, that was insane, man.
That is the excitement of multi-class racing right there.
Oh my god.
So Nugatti is 5 seconds behind Felix. He managed to keep the gap somewhat consistent. He hasn't lost too much time to him, basically, is what I mean. And they're both going to have to pit again. But it seems like Nugatti has slightly worse fuel, so that proves right there that the Porsche has worse fuel than the Audi, because he had more fuel at the beginning of the stint than the Audi.
Yeah, and now they're basically the same. Nugatti has a little bit less. Funny though, the rear tires of Nugatti are exactly the same as Felix's rear tires. he's been able to preserve them better than Felix.
So Thomas keeps... I'm not sure what he's trying to do, so maybe the GT3s have to pit one more time, but he keeps avoiding trying to pass Finn. And he keeps saving fuel whenever he's in his slipstream. So that's kind of interesting. But even if they all do have to pit again, Marzan has the same as Thomas and Finn. In fact, he has more fuel than Finn. So
Thomas.
I think Thomas
is just playing it safe, maybe. If he's saving fuel and not passing, that may mean that he's on the limit of reaching the end, and knows that Finn can't make it to the end. Because otherwise I don't see why he wouldn't, try and push a little bit. It doesn't make...
Right. Pinkeray made a good point about how you have to put the Audi on +5 brake balance to get the hybrid out of the car. You still... I mean, honestly, you still don't really get a lot of hybrid out of it, even if you do that.
That's a really good point, actually. Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
so
for the rear tire wear. Yeah. That's a very good point. Thank you, Pinkeray.
I don't think it has an effect on the fuel consumption.
The brake balance?
No, I don't...
It does indirectly, right? Because if it's either one or the other. I mean, because the hybrid essentially allows you to save fuel by short shifting, but if you don't save enough, you're gonna run out of the hybrid, which will make you preserve the tires, but you will spend more fuel. So it's either one or the other for the Audi. So I guess Felix has chosen fuel over tires, basically.
Initially, when I first found out about hybrid systems being on the LMPs, I initially didn't like the idea whatsoever. I thought it was a silly idea. That it just added another complex layer to the whole thing that didn't need to be there. And now that I've tested out these cars and seen how they worked and everything, it's actually an interesting layer of complexity to their race strategy. It really mixes systems up. It keeps them on their toes.
Completely. I agree. I think change, no matter what it is always going to be met with some adversity. In most aspects of life, but that's also true in racing. But at the end of the day, we do all try and move forward when we come up with different rules and regulations. So even like Formula One, when they moved, like I am the biggest fan of those big V12 engines. It sounded just absolutely ridiculous, and I still get goosebumps thinking about those engines when I heard them in person. Like I would feel them before I heard them. Like my body would start shaking, and that sort of feeling, it brings a lot of nostalgia, and I'm really sad, and I'm saddened that most young people will never ever get that feeling from racing. But I do agree that we have to move forward, and technology and R&D is taking us to a hybrid route, and the cars are faster than ever. So if they are faster, it means we're doing something right, and I think that has to be applauded as well. It's not only about...
My opinion on it is that if you really like something, I know you've probably heard this phrase before, you have to let it go kind of thing, because the sort of things that we've grown to really like about racing in the past have their special place in history. And if we continue doing them now, then they would get old. And I think that's a disservice to what they were doing at the time. You know what I mean? It has to have a special place in history. And then what we're obligated to do is to create new things to be excited for and new things to appreciate. You know, always keep it fresh so that the old stuff can be appreciated from the time that it was in.
That's a very mature argument. Very revisionary and very interesting argument, actually.
Yeah, because like people really love some of the stuff that was done with the GT1 class, for instance, right? And I do too. I really love the GT1 class. But if we were to continue doing what they did with the 1990s GT1 class for too long, like if they extended what was happening with that class up into the mid-2000s, it would probably start to lose its charm, and then people wouldn't remember it the same way that they do now.
That's true. So maybe, how about keeping some elements alive? So, like, I would argue, like, for Formula One, maybe that sound, that raw, just the feeling we got from the sound it was so memorable to me that I think that you can't really describe it with words. You can't explain that feeling you got, and maybe keeping things like those elements of sports. So obviously, move on, evolve, adapt, but keep those things that trigger the racer's DNA. You know, at least for me, that like it's in very small moments that really bring out the emotion. Like, what makes you feel goosebumps when you watch a race?
I know it sounds silly, probably, but it's actually a very important part of motorsport is how people view it from the audience point of view, how memorable it is for them. Because you have to understand that for the manufacturers, it's more than... This is what I really like about motorsport that isn't stuff like NASCAR, right? Is that it's more than just the drivers and their cars. It's also about the brands trying to create something memorable with their technology. It's also about the audience having somewhat of a say on what the race is going to be like. It's also about, new manufacturers, very small ones coming in, trying to make an identity. In many ways, you could say that the teams themselves and the cars that they drive in stuff like WEC is more important than the drivers who are driving the cars. Like, they're more memorable from a marketable standpoint, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for
it's
sure.
Interesting.
Yeah,
it's an interesting industry.
I mean, go. A very interesting example of this topic is the Group B rally cars back in the 80s. Those absolutely crazy 1,000 horsepower machines with the fuel tanks below the driver's seats. With I don't know if you've ever seen those videos of the rally cars jumping through the crowds of people in Portugal. I mean, that was absolutely insane. Of course, it got ruled out because it was too crazy. But the excitement that you felt from the people when those cars went by, that's something that they tried to never get rid of in rallying, right? It's part of what makes rally. And that's something that
it's what sells tickets.
Exactly.
I know that we tend to look at it from the perspective of the drivers, where it's a sport and you want to compete in it because you find it enjoyable. And obviously that's a huge aspect, much bigger aspect, I guess you could say, in eSports than it is in regular sports like actual motor racing. But from the perspective of the people who organize the events, the number one thing is selling tickets. And then the number two thing is getting companies to invest. And if they can make those things work, that's the most important part of real motorsport. So you're right, the excitement is very important because that's what brings people in. If you don't have that, then it becomes an issue. It's kind of like with this hypercar class. How are they going to create excitement when most people don't know what Glickenhaus and Michaels are? They know about Porsche. They know about Toyota. They know about Aston Martin. They're not going to show up for a race just to watch two companies they don't know anything about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's...
I would, but I'm not the average person buying tickets.
Exactly. So you already have the us guys. You have the people that really love the sport for what it is, the pure racing. But then that's, I guess, why Liberty Media came into Formula One, right? Since Liberty Media came into Formula One has had a massive ramp up, especially in certain regions of the world where it wasn't as followed. And it's become a really, really popular thing. Like now with Netflix, they've known how to market it better. And after, like, at the end of the day, that's why companies are in there. It's for publicity. At least in the top higher echelons of motorsport.
It really makes motorsport kind of unique as a sport in comparison to anything else, because we're working with machines and we're also working with athletes. We're not just working with athletes. And what comes with those machines is the companies that make them. And that's another layer that other sports don't have to think about in terms of promotion and marketing and stuff like that.
That's true, and they don't even depend on that. Like I was even thinking maybe a race at I don't know, at Sebring might sell itself. A race at Spa might sell itself. Le Mans, I mean, hell, Le Mans is a race that even if you don't know any of the competitors, I'm sure that it would get sold out. It's a household name in itself. So that's another aspect of it. You want to keep the racetracks that are legendary alive, and you don't only depend on, which is why I think this hypercar scenario might actually work out. Oh, sorry, Finn and Thomas copying each other with...
Yep. Thomas has more fuel, so he might end up in front of Finn.
12 laps to go. They might come out inside each other, actually. This should be...
It's very close, very close. Finn underfueled, that's the only reason he stayed ahead. Interesting choice. But you're right, like, some of these events, like, let's say is it 12 hours at Bathurst? I think it's 12 hours at Bathurst. And, like, the 24 hours at Le Mans, and a bunch of other races that are insanely popular. It's kind of like they're the Olympics of motorsports. It's the thing that people tune into no matter who's there, because they want to see what it is this year. So it is easier for them to market something like that, but it is more difficult for them to market something like, let's say, British GT or BTCC or
Australian,
the other races that WEC does.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem with WEC. I mean, they even did the super season, right, with 2 Le Mans. I mean, talk about almost overkill here. It's but hey, one has to do what one has to do to try and survive, right? That's also...
We could do the next season of the main series in Group 2. I was thinking about doing... I've discussed this before, and this is going out to the audience as well as you, Fonz, that I plan on doing Super GT one-off races on the same day that they're doing it in real life, and I want to try to make the settings as genuine as possible. So it would be the same laps, and there would be driver swaps, just like this race. So, I don't know, that could be interesting. And there would be, you know, different kinds of cars. Because you would have the 3 newest 2 cars, and they would be custom VOP'd to each other. And then you'd have a bunch of Group 3 cars. You could introduce the Subaru or the Mitsubishi Lancer into the equation, because those are fictional cars, but they look a lot like the GT300 cars that aren't actually GT3.
Mm-hmm.
So we could, you know, theme it, and then one would be at Fuji, another at Suzuka, and then another at Autopolis, because we don't really have any other tracks in the game that are Super GT, but we do have other tracks in the game that are Japanese, so that could be utilized at some point.
Yeah, Group Super GT at Kyoto. Is that Kyoto? No, Tsukuba.
Yeah. Oh, at Tsukuba? Oh no, not at Tsukuba. That'd be terrible. It would be interesting to do Super GT at Tokyo Expressway, or Super GT at Miyabi plus Yamagiwa. That could be interesting.
Yeah. What I don't understand, what I don't understand is why PD keeps insisting on the same tracks and the same combos over and over. Even for me, as a relatively recent, I came into this game relatively recently. I have noticed that it's been quite repetitive, and they have so many tracks to offer. I wonder why that is. What is it that's holding them back?
There was one track that I know a lot of people don't like, that's Crossy, and I really, really enjoy that track, not necessarily because driving the track by yourself is all that fun, but because battling on that track can get quite intense. And the reason I know that is because when the track first came out, there was a daily with Group 3 at that track, and it was when they released the Ford GT Group 3 for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone was driving the Ford GT Group 3 because it was the OP car at the time. And it was so enjoyable racing other people in that combo, and they haven't done that combo since. And that was like June 2018.
So basically there's no real reason, like no limitation from inside the game. Like, it's not like they have to input certain things. They can actually just do it, and they don't.
I think they just came up with, they probably like made a list of random combos and then picked out a few, put them into the algorithm, and then let the algorithm do it while they're focused on other things. And that's why it keeps picking like the same stuff. Like, I love Group 1 at Lasarth, but there was that one period of time where we had it 3 times in the same 2-month period, and that was overkill.
Yeah, which is basically what's happened to Brands Hatch in the last 3 weeks, or 4 weeks. We've seen it over and over again, and I mean, I'm fine. I love Brands Hatch, but I'm starting to know, I'm starting to see it in my nightmares.
I don't even do the daily races unless there's a combo that I want to put down a time on. Because if I'm thinking like from a team promotional standpoint, the only thing that's of worth to us is to set a good time in the time trial.
Yeah.
It's really not worth our time to risk our DR over something like that, or our SR, because then we have to compete in FIA.
Yeah, of course. It doesn't make sense.
Single spins. Managed to save himself.
Again, no damage.
Lucky guy.
He just knows how to spin, okay? He's practiced it. At least once.
I've developed these instincts from racing online, where if I'm passing somebody and they make contact with me, I immediately dab on my brakes just to make sure I don't spin, even if it's just slightly. And I do that by instinct, you know.
Right.
So, you joke about him practicing and everything, but really you do start developing instincts about stuff like that to avoid, losing everything.
I agree, and it might be the difference between, having a great race for 2 hours and for an hour and 55 minutes and then losing it right at the end, or actually just winning. Something so silly as knowing how to crash.
Yeah.
Or lose at minimum time possible. Yeah, the thing about the dailies that you were saying before, for me, it's like there are. I know I'm saying that combos are quite repetitive, but there are a lot of them that I haven't really touched before, and so I still do try and go out onto them to just grab a feel of the combos. Especially like these group ones, I don't really feel very comfortable with them yet because they don't really come up all that often, and when they do, when I started playing the game, it was so hectic and chaotic. I was like, I don't want to touch these cars anymore. Everybody's ramming into people, and it's super crazy. So I do have that. Like, I want to test it out as much as I can. To try and play catch up, essentially.
Yeah. I do remember every time that's the thing though, every time that there is a daily, it's not like they're genuinely trying to make the cars balanced. They just leave it as it is, and as a result you end up with a one-make. Like with group ones, there's a lot of really interesting cars in the class that don't get to see the light of day because they're not useful unless you can, enforce a one-make. Otherwise, you're always going to pick the best car in the class. And that's why I think, the Group Cs never get the light of day because they aren't useful, except I think they were useful at some point with Group 1 at Monza, just because of their straight line speed. But any other Group 1 combo that they come up with, you're going to want to go with these hybrids, or you're going to want to go with a VGT. That's very specific VGT. So the rest of them just don't get any attention whatsoever. And like I said, there's a lot of really cool cars in each class, so if they limited it, it would be a lot better.
Yeah.
What lap is LMP1?
They're
79.
Okay, 4 laps to go.
Do we get extra points for lapping cars in the class? No.
Who said that? Was that Lorenzi?
Yes.
I knew, when you read that out, I knew it was going to be him. It just sounded like him.
You get a gold star. I'll give you a gold star. Post it in the Discord.
I'll give him a pat on the back. Don't worry.
You lap someone. Hold on. I'll make it now. I can actually do that.
Crap, my pizza will be here in like 2 minutes, so I'm gonna have to run out to get it real quick.
Yeah.
When
That's fine.
I'll let you know. Right, so a quick evaluation of the situation. 1 minute 9 from single to Felix. So Felix done a great job on his in the final part of the stint. 11.5 seconds to Nugatti. So Dibbler is somewhere. He's almost a lap behind.
He's a minute 30 behind.
All right, yeah, he's like right ahead of him.
Yeah. Right. So somebody mentioned scuba. You mentioned scuba, didn't you? So the interesting thing about scuba is that we know that LMPs, before they were LMPs, they were Group Cs, right? And then we have some Group Cs in the actual game. But there was a class before that, I'm trying to remember, I think it was Group 6. That class, if anyone remembers the Nissan KDR30 Silhouette, that car in particular was in that class, and it raced at scuba. And it was about only like, if you put a Group C car and you put that car on scuba, I think like it would have only been like a second slow. That's how fast that thing was. And they were racing cars like that at scuba.
Wow.
It's crazy.
That's insane. Right, I'm gonna go outside and get that pizza. I'll be right back.
Okay, pizza time. Right at the end of the race, too. No shame. Anything for pizza, right? Can you believe that? Pizza's more important than eSGT. Maybe we should open a pizza joint. Have it car themed. Fowler is approaching the last turn of the second to last lap, and then he just has one more lap to take it home.
Hello.
So what kind of pizza did you get?
I ordered 2 margarita pizzas and some meat. Oh, Finn giving Doctor a bit of his love. Did you get any?
Luckily, they're not actually battling for any position, so they're in a good place. But he might lose time to Thomas.
Well, he had... Yeah, there wasn't really too much.
Approaching behind Thomas is actually the LMP leader, so that's going to be a good indication of whether he can do anything or not.
On his final lap as well.
Yep. No, I don't think that Thomas is going to be able to pass Finn. Fowler's taking it easy. There's no reason for him to rush. Dibbler's right behind, but he's a lapped car as well. It seems like every car out here except for Thomas and Finn are on a different lap.
Wow, look at that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. The DNA drivers playing dirty with each other. Alright.
Alright. Let's watch Felix bring it home. Solid race from him as well. Once he got up to rhythm, he really He really kept it consistent. I managed to pull away from Nugatti.
Marzan has a guaranteed win because he ended up on a different lap. Or, how do I put this? He managed to get into the next lap before the LMP.
Yeah, he crossed, exactly.
Felix passing on the inside. Nice and clean. He's going to take it home. And Nugatti's not going to be able to do anything about that, so he's in third.
And Marzan has to do another lap. Nah,
Dibbler managed to secure his position by staying in the race, so
well done to him as well.
We cannot underestimate how hard it is to actually stay in a race for this long. So, congratulations to people who are still here.
To everybody. And the 19 people still watching, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed us talking about a bunch of varieties of different topics that had nothing to do with the race at the moment.
Yeah. I was gonna say thank you so much for bearing with us over how long has it been? 5 hours? 5 hour stream. Jesus. Well, congratulations to everybody. I'm gonna save that replay as well.
Okay, so Fonz, I think you deserve your pizza.
Thank you a lot. I hope to still have a girlfriend also after this. So thank you all very much. Thank you for hosting and for having me here. It's been a pleasure. And
yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was cool talking to you as well.
Yeah, it's nice meeting you. All right,
I have some dinner waiting for me too, so I'm gonna head out.
Perfect. So thank you everybody. Have a good night. And Godspeed.